States of America, India, Sierra Leone, and Gambia. Her expertise spans independent power generation, renewable energy integration, project development and implementation, contract negotiation, projects management, integrated utility and independent power distribution, operations management, and governance. She's equally competent in policy development, integrated power systems planning, and non generation services such as energy efficiency and transmission infrastructure development. Now, her experience have led her to develop skills in new business startups, organizational startup and restructuring, public-private partnerships, the PPs, global marketing management, power trading and wholesale energy market transactions administration. Additionally, she is an advocate for gender inclusion in business and energy sector. Also, prior to her appointment, Eunice was the associate director at Deloitte and focused on developing the new energy consulting business for the firm after completing a 4+ year assignment with Deloitte on the USAID Pan African West African Energy Program as Outcome 1 lead. She actually was the first CEO for Sinet Energy Limited, Ghana, an independent power producing company, IPP, where together with her experience as project director for the Tema Osono Power Project, which became SINIT, I beg your pardon, she gained expertise in the development and negotiation of power purchase agreements and the project financing of energy infrastructure projects. Her interest in regional integration within the energy sector and the benefits Power Pool led to the appointment of SNIT Energy to the board of the West African Power Pool in 2017, the first for an independent power producing company. Mrs. Beritum was a member of the Energies Commission Technical Committee for Electricity between 2013 and 2015, and again from 2019 to 2024, and she's currently a member of that. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our chairperson for this public lecture. A round of applause for Mrs. Eunice Beritum.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So the Honorable Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition, the Honorable Richard Jan Mensah, the Director for the 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Development, Dr. Ishmael B. Amanododu, esteemed CEOs and panelists from the power and petroleum sectors, my colleagues, heads of industry associations and civil society organizations, respected media professionals, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to chair today's program as we reflect on 5 years of impact through the energy sector reporting training and look toward the future with great anticipation. This is not merely a forum. It is a reaffirmation of our collective responsibility to shape Ghana's energy landscape through accurate, transparent, and strategic communication. This year's event comes at a crucial moment. Ghana is resetting for transformation and inclusive development. The energy sector is rightly recognized as the backbone of this national agenda. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama's vision for a 24-hour economy is not a distant ambition. It is a bold and deliberate strategy, one that demands energy reliability, infrastructure resilience, and policy innovation. A 24-hour economy cannot thrive on irregular power supply or unstable fuel delivery. It must be powered by a strong grid, efficient transmission, and responsive utilities. To the power sector leaders here today, your mandate is clear. You are the enablers of this economic shift. Likewise, to our petroleum sector leaders, you are a lifeline that feeds a productive and competitive economy. But we must also confront the difficult questions. How do we finance the needed grid expansion? Can we reduce distribution and transmission losses? What policies will ensure fuel security and affordability? Does our current progressive tariff structure and encourage the increased energy consumption that is anticipated with a 24-hour economy? How can we leverage the investments that have already been made in our generation, transmission, and distribution infrastructure to utilize the idle capacity that exists, that does and may exist? These are not questions for another day. These are the challenges that demand urgent and concrete solutions, not just discussions, but actionable strategies that shape policy and attract sustainable investment. Let me emphasize that none of these efforts will be meaningful without accurate, responsible, and investigative journalism. Because without the media, energy reform becomes a silent struggle. You, the media, are not just observers. You are participants in development. Your stories shape public trust, policy momentum, and investor confidence. We need you not just to report outages, but to explain their causes. Not just to chase headlines, but uncover the inefficiency and spotlight the silent innovations that deserve recognition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us envision a Ghana where hospitals no longer fear power cuts during sensitive procedures, where night shift workers thrive in well-lit environments to get to their places of work, and where factories operate at full throttle through the night, enhancing efficient production. A Ghana where policy is informed by evidence and communication is grounded in truth. This is the vision before us. This is the work that we must do. Let this forum empower us all to be accurate, innovative, and to be collaborative, because the energy future that we build must be credible, inclusive, and resilient. Let us move forward with urgency and purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Berichum, the Executive Director of the Energy Commission. Thank you very much for your time. A round of applause for her one more time. Well, one of the things that makes me excited about this public lecture is that when the President presented a State of the Nation address some month ago, and there were questions that were really rife, asking the President that he didn't say anything about the 24-hour economy. Then we said, well, the Finance Minister will be presenting the budget. So if he comes, he's going to say something about the 24-hour economy. The Finance Minister presented the budget, and we didn't hear anything cogent on the 24-hour economy. But today, we're likely to hear something cogent on the 24-hour economy, because we'll be joined by Gusitano at the presidency, who is in charge of the 24-hour economy. So when he comes, all the questions we have for him, we can table it before him. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we go on, we need to have a special welcome address. And this time around, I would love to welcome Pastor Afful again onto the podium to give us the welcome address as we continue with the rest of the program. Please put your hands together for him. He's the Executive Director for the Energy News Africa, the company organizing this public lecture. A round of applause for him one more time.
Thank you so much, Mr. MC. The chairperson of this all-important program, Mrs. Eunice Berichum, industry players, colleague media, chief executives and managing directors of institutions in the energy sector. It's a privilege for me to stand before this important gathering to make a short presentation which will look at Energy News Africa's background, what we have, what we intended to do, how far we have come as a result of the contribution of many of you gathered here. So my speech is not going to be long. I just want to briefly let you understand how we started the whole Energy News Africa. So there's this short documentary that I crave your indulgence to pay attention to watch.
radio and television. In the midst of the crisis, there was this renowned politician who was on radio on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and he discussed energy issues extensively. I became so much interested in the energy sector and decided to write and report on energy. So in 2017, when Ghana had a change in government, Mami Dufi Ufori was appointed as the acting executive secretary for Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC. One day, I visited her at the office. And in the course of interaction with me, or with her, she proposed that why don't I come up with a blog or a news website where I will be publishing all the stories in the energy sector that I've been publishing on other platforms that was not solely dedicated to the energy sector. I heeded to her advice and came up with EnergyNewsAfrica.com. After some months, and when we realized that we're getting the numbers, we decided to officially outdoor the website. So we gathered at the British Council Hall on the 30th of October 2019 and officially outdoor Energy News Africa.
One might ask, what did you do differently to attract readers from across Africa and beyond?
Some industry players, companies and individuals started seeing the good works of EnergyNewsAfrica.com in the energy sector. These good works attracted their attention and supported us to attend international energy conferences. When we had the opportunity to attend these conferences, we built networks. And the stories that we publish, we share the stories with them on social media platforms, i.e. WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, now X. These help us to grow the Energy News Africa or attract readers from across the world.
What motivates you, and how have you managed to remain relevant in the energy space?
I took inspiration from the Word of God. In Matthew chapter 25, the verse 14 to 30, the Bible talks about a man who shared talents with his workers. I believe that each of us are gifted in different ways. So when I noticed that probably God wants me to be in the energy sector, I decided to do that and also ensure that every information that we are putting out is verifiable, is accurate, is credible. So for the past 5 years, we haven't had any issue. Or if there's any issue at all, we haven't found ourselves foul with the laws of Ghana or internationally.
What are some of the challenges you face in your work?
In every trade, there are opportunities and there are challenges. And journalists sometimes also find themselves in trouble. There are times that you put out or publish accurate, verifiable information, but that information might not be pleasing to others. But I thank God that in the midst of all the challenges that we have faced, we have been able to stand or remain true and faithful to the work that we are doing as Energy News Africa.
Like Apostle Paul, who told the church in Corinth that he planted, but Apollo watered, and God brought the increase. Many people in Ghana and across Africa saw the potential of EnergyNewsAfrica.com and supported it in various ways, enabling it to grow. To them, EnergyNewsAfrica.com is a one-stop platform where credible news in the energy sector in Ghana and beyond can be accessed. They visit the website daily to stay informed about developments in the energy sector. As we mark our 5-year anniversary, EnergyNewsAfrica.com visited some of our readers, and here are their views. Mr. Ebert Feeble Jr., the immediate past Chief Executive Officer of Petroleum Commission, shared his views and impression about EnergyNewsAfrica.com's work so far.
I have been a witness to the evolution of Energy News Africa, and I want to say that God is good. I saw the humble beginnings when you started. Some of us were really wondering what you were trying to do. But I think over the next couple of years from inception, I had a more than a fair idea of what we're trying to do. At a point like this, when we have Energy News Africa doing what it is doing, I would say that in the last 5 years, I will score you, if I may, about 85–90%.
Dr. Ishmael Aka, the immediate past Executive Secretary of the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC, and current Technical Advisor to the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, also reflected on the work of EnergyNewsAfrica.com.
Let me congratulate Energy News on the anniversary. It's not easy to chalk successes within 5 years of existence. For me, I think there are 3 main things I will talk about that defines energy use. The first is the speed of the news. So whilst a lot of the traditional media and others, when events happen, you have to wait for some days or others to get the news. Most of the time, energy news, some programs do not even end before you realize it's gone. And it helps to educate and inform audience about current happenings within the sector. The second one is the reach. So energy news doesn't just cover Ghana. It also looks at energy issues within Africa. A lot of things are happening from Namibia through Uganda, Tanzania, and Egypt and other places. A lot are happening on this energy transition, on hydrogen and so many other things. And Energy News is able to also cover these areas.
Dr. Riverson Opong, the Chief Executive Officer of Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, also shared his views.
On behalf of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, the board and its members, I want to congratulate you for your 5 years milestone. First of all, you're doing amazingly well. We are proud to be associated ourselves with you as an entity. Yeah, like we already said, personally, I've been receiving quite a number of news line items from you. Sometimes I feel I have the network to receive all sort of news, but sometimes you send some news and I didn't see anywhere. So you're doing very well as far as Africa news line items are concerned. There was one news I remember very well you did around Angola and went very viral. I think I was in Uganda and people were really talking about it. I just can't remember exactly what it was, but it was an upstream write-up which really went viral as far as East Africa. So me personally, I've enjoyed reading news from you. I'm really proud, like I said, to associate myself with you. Well done.
Mr. Joseph Koku Hogley, the Chief Executive Officer of J.K. Hogley Transport Company and Co., also shared his views.
We get the latest news around the oil sector, and then that makes us easy to manage our budgets with those news. And then it enlightens us, that's enlightened us a lot of to know all the upstream, the downstream, and then the midstream. And any new development by the industry, like MPA, bringing new development, we get information and we work towards it. But the only thing that I can say that benefits me, this news we get, it has made everybody know properly what is energy about. informations have enlightened me a lot. I can quickly look at far beyond my mind through the news I'm getting from the energy news.
Mr. Solomon Ajete, Director for Power at the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, also lauded EnergyNewsAfrica.com's impressive work for the past 5 years.
First of all, let me say congratulations, because it's a very good job that you have done. And whatever information that one needs within Ghana and on the continent as a whole, we're able to get some very good portion of it from your outlet. So it's been very useful, actually.
Mr. Seth Mahu, Director for Renewable and Alternative Energies at the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, shared his insights.
I would want to congratulate Energy News Africa for attaining 5 years in practice. It was a humble beginning. I recall the CEO of this platform coming to talk to my former boss, Wisdom, then in his office. They went to the field and the whole idea started from there to begin to give visibility to what we are doing in the energy space. And since then, it has not been an easy journey, but I would want to say that in all, Energy News Africa has been able to distinguish itself as one of the most credible sources when it comes to reporting energy matters across not only Ghana but the entire African continent. In fact, for me, it has served as a reference portal where I pick news on policies, investment issues confronting energy sector and its overall development in Ghana and Africa in general. I think the years ahead hold so much opportunities for this organization, and I'll be very glad to see you continue to grow from strength to strength. I want to see this organization serving as the true portal for energy news across the continent. You need to consolidate the gains you have made, build so much credibility for yourself going forward.
Engineer Titus Kofi Ando, Chief Executive Officer of A&T Group, also offered his perspective.
Whenever I go to the website, I get a lot of information to enable us even as a company to even plan ahead or invest in other areas which might be profitable to us.
Moving forward, some of our readers have suggested that EnergyNewsAfrica.com explores emerging technologies in the power and petroleum sectors. As we look ahead, having passed the 5-year mark, Mr. Michael Craig Affle discussed what readers can expect in the future.
As we celebrate 5 years milestone, on behalf of Energy News team, I want to express my sincerest gratitude to individuals, companies, and all our stakeholders. You have been part of this 5 years achievement. Now, looking ahead, we also want to say that our stakeholders who we had the opportunity to speak to, they have made several proposals and suggestions. We are going to work with them and make sure that the years ahead are going to be different. Energy News is going to engage our stakeholders more in the form of exclusive interviews, like some suggested. We are going to delve into various technologies behind petroleum, behind power production, behind renewable energies, and all other things that are related to energy. Dear stakeholders across Ghana and beyond, we want to thank you for all that you have done for us, and we will look forward for deeper collaboration. We are excited to have you come on our platforms, social media platform, WhatsApp, Facebook, X, Instagram, and the website https:/energynewsafrica.com. Continue to journey with us as we bring you factual and verifiable stories from Ghana, across Africa, and beyond. Thank you.
You can do it better. You can do it better. Thank you so much. So just to conclude, what you see on the screen is very faint, but I want to say that it's the statistics of the countries that visit our platform. So, in your top, you have first Ghana. This is 1 year, just 1 year data, just 1 year. Last year March to this year's March. So you have Ghana, which is at the top. Then second, United States of America is the second largest country that pay visits on our website. Then you have Russia. In fact, I've had opportunity to go to Russia because of Energy News Africa on 3 occasions when the war started. I went there when the war started, and by the grace of God, I came on head or on hand. Then you have Norway, 4th country, Nigeria is 5th, Hong Kong, so Chinese people are also there. You have United Kingdom, Netherlands, Ireland, Sweden, South Africa, India, all the way to 100 countries, Albania. Albania. So stakeholders, that is where we have gotten the website to. And in Ghana, the number of people who visit our website is 36,000. Accra alone is 33,000. Just Accra. Greater Accra, 33,000. But in the whole country, we have about 36,000 people visiting our website from Ghana. I take this opportunity and thank you so much. And also thank Mr. Wisdom Ahiataku Togobo, the man over there, one of the stakeholders in the ministry, mentioned his name. This man has really done me good. I was only in Greater Accra. I didn't know. I haven't gone to North before. He took me up there to the North for the first time. We visited VRA solar power plants, and it has been amazing. When it comes to renewable, he has helped me a lot. I want to use this platform to congratulate you, Mr. Wisdom Ahiataku Togobo. At the right time, we will think about what to do for you. Thank you. So I hand over the microphone to the MC.
Right, let's put our hands together one more time for him. That's the Executive Director of Energy News African Limited. 5 years anniversary to them. Afo, I'm thinking that you'll be having some cake for us to cut, or when will the cake come? Well, they've 5 years and the impact can be felt. Well, thank you to all of you for honoring the invitation, because they have invited all of us here. Like I rightly indicated, I have to pay courtesies to some special guests who are here this morning to be part of the public lecture. I'd love to begin in no particular order. I'd love to say warm welcome and a big thank you to Dr. Ishmael Ni Amano Dodu for coming. Where is he? Just a wave. Please put your hands together for him. He's actually the head of Innovative Finance, Partnership and Markets at the 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Export Development Secretariat. He would actually be replacing Gusitano for that conversation on the 24-Hour Economy, something we are all looking forward to. I also want to say warm welcome and thank you to Mr. Julius Kwame Penape, right? Pepenape, ECG, Pepena, right? I hope I got it, Pepena, right? New ECG MD. Please put your hands together for him. I sincerely apologize for butchering your name. And I know that when people think of ECG and they mention ECG, it doesn't come likely to you. Would also want to say warm welcome to Engineer Mark Iwaba, great co-boss. Please put your hands together for him. And one man who needs no introduction, has spoken to energy institutions in this country extensively, Mr. Kwame Janto, renowned member of the CPP and a legal practitioner as well. He's also the chair on the Energy Awards as well. I also want to say welcome to Mr. Stephen Jumo, General Manager, Commercial Operations, Ghana Gas. Please put your hands together for him. A wave. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. Then Mr. Bernard Owusu, National Chair, Trade Union Congress. Is he here? Well, I'm sure he is on his way coming. And of course, Dr. Elikplim Kwabla Apetogbo, and the CEO of Independent Power Generation Ghana. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. And if I haven't specially recognized you, well, it's not intentional. As in when I get the list, I'll update it and, of course, give you all the courtesy you deserve. Of course, we also want to say warm welcome again to our chairperson, Madam Eunice Biritum, and, of course, for that remarks you've given us. Now it's time for us to have a presentation from the 24-hour economy people. There's been a lot of expectation because it's one of the flagship policy of the NDC government. They campaigned on the back of it, and people said they were going to vote for them because of the 24-hour economy. Since they've come into office, taken office on January 7, we haven't really heard so much in terms of flesh on the 24-hour economy. And so when I saw that we have a representative on the 24-hour economy honoring this public lecture, I was really excited because then my colleague journalists would also have the chance to be able to ask questions and know the way forward for the 24-hour economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting much time, please put your hands together as we welcome. Again, I already introduced him. Sincere apologies for that. Please put your hands together as we welcome Dr. Ishmael Ni Amanododu from Head of Innovative Finance, Partnership and Markets, 24-Hour Economy and Accelerated Export Development Secretariat. Thank you very much, sir, and welcome.
Thank you very much. An excellent MC, very invaluable to this occasion. Honorable Richard Jan Manson, the Deputy Minister of Energy and Green Transition, the chairperson of this occasion, and who is also the Executive Secretary of the Energy Commission, Mrs. Eunice Biritum, the CEO of Energy News, Michael Greg Affle, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, brethren, I must also add fellow Ghanaians, all protocols observed. I'd like to extend tremendous congratulations to Energy News for the journey that they've come, and also the successes that they've chalked so far. I think it's been wonderful, and it's very powerful to start from just within 5 years, and you have covered the length and breadth of the ecosystem. In fact, the strategic ecosystem of this energy sector, I think, is a very incredible initiative. So please, let's put our hands together for them again. I also like to extend felicitations from Guzitano, the 24-Hour Economy Secretariat. We are a small team that is pulling a big agenda. We have extremely competing priorities that at the last minute he has to ask me to represent him. And he gave me an instruction. He said I should speak from my heart, so I'm going to do that. And of course, when we hear about the 24-hour economy, there are a lot of things come to mind. And as I was coming here, I actually went to the place of my birth at the Ododojodio constituency. I grew up in a small area called Adedempo. Those of you know Palladium Cinema area. I grew up walking most of us were walking barefooted to primary schools there. I went to what they call the Saito Primary School at the St. Mary's Anglican Church. And that's where I grew up. It's my formative years. So I actually like to go and visit there. One of the things that is very interesting, and I'm telling this story for a good reason, within that enclave is that you will be confronted with what I call the urban poverty. You also have a lot of innovations there. People are so creative, the way they connect electricity without the knowledge of grid core. I mean, they can hide anything from you and they'll still be enjoying your electricity. But it's a place where we have talent. My late father won the African Cup twice with the Black Stars. His name is Ofer Dodu, so he played football. And they're quite, Azuma Nelson is just around the corner from where I grew up. But we also had JPC Chinnery, Dr. JPC Chinnery, a renowned surgeon. So this is an enclave that has wonderful people. And the conversation I was having was trying to explain the 24-hour economy to a layman to see whether my compatriots that I grew up with would understand me. So we literally spoke in Gam. And it turns out that when I start talking about the fact that we import about $450 million worth of chicken to this country, and in excess of $500 million worth of rice. Then he asked me, so, but jollof for any yo, I import or low FM. You know, or ye kenkeke bankuke komi was it here jole. To explain, the jollof that I eat mean that they have to import. It's putting pressure on the city. Why can't we stick to our kenke and fish so that the city will be okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, when the fundamentals of your jollof rice is suffering, Kenke and Banku will be asking you questions. Indeed, I'm honored to stand before you to talk to you as we unpack this particular question. Can Ghana's current energy situation support this policy, the 24-hour economy policy? The 24-hour economy policy is designed to shift Ghana's economy into a high productivity, round-the-clock engine, leveraging energy, industry, and strategic reforms to drive growth. As the chairperson put it, it is a bold ambition, but it is within our reach to do. And it requires a great deal of innovation, a great deal of reimagination and thinking. And as His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, when he unfolded, he made a very interesting quotation which inspires as we always think about the 24-hour economy and how we roll it out. And he said, I quote, "The 24-hour economy policy is not merely a policy, but a transformative catalyst for generating food sufficiency, industrialization, export growth, and job creation. It is a commitment to building an economy that serves all Ghanaians around the clock." So therefore, the vision of the 24-hour economy is a vision that goes beyond the clock. It's a vision that goes beyond the industrial shifts as we have in mind. It's a vision that goes beyond the night economy. Ultimately, the 24-hour economy is about looking at the deformities of our structural economy and turning it from almost 80% of whatever we eat, whatever we produce and services, being imported to this country, to one in which Ghanaians themselves, industry, are the engines of driving this growth. So it is ultimately expected to increase production and productivity, as well as creating a target of at least 1.7 million jobs, to generate individual and collective wealth for Ghanaians, and to provide what we call the sustainable employment. If you look today at our workforce of 11.2 million, of which 8.6 million are in vulnerable employment, in the sense that they have job today, tomorrow they don't have it. Of the 8.6, 2.4 million can neither read nor write in English, Twi, or any local language. In other words, this is a group that you would think they don't even have anything to do. But they possess critical skills and talent that can be harnessed. But what do you do with 2.5 million people? And you are churning out over 400 to 500,000 of them every year. So by the end of this year, we're going to look at about 3 million people who are in extreme vulnerable employment. In other words, you can do nothing with them. So what do you do with these people? And these are between the ages of 18 to 25. So the 24-hour economy is about ensuring that within the next succeeding years, that if you walk to ShopRite or Malcolm, that the shelves will be filled with made in Ghana goods that you can be proud of. That the engines of your growth is being pushed by industry. And in this industry are small, medium enterprises which are Ghanaian based and which are ingenious to be able to drive our economy. And it is about ensuring that the growth pulse of Ghana is controlled by Ghanaians themselves. As we see today, if we unpack the structure of your economy, there are 3 countries external to us who are controlling 80% of your GDP growth. And your guess is as good as mine, but of course one of them is China. And the other is India. And the other is Turkey. 80% of our GDP is controlled by this country in terms of our products, goods, and services. And by 2030, the World Bank estimates that Greater Accra alone GDP will be about $35 billion. The question then you ask yourself, how much of the $35 billion GDP is controlled by Ghanaians themselves? The 24-hour economy is about helping us to push in that direction. So, in order for us to address this question, it is important for us to understand where we are today in terms of our energy overload and ask ourselves, really can the energy situation today actually help us to move towards this? In our minds, within the 24-hour economy, the strategy is to create what we call agroecological parks across the 16 regions in the country, where each region will be designated for a strategic economic development agenda linked to the following sectors. Strategic value chain. In other words, what products can that region produce from the agricultural value chain perspective? And I'm talking value chain, not just product. So if you take cassava, we are looking at not just the flour that produces your fufu, but we are looking at industrial starch, dextrose, fructose, ethanol. All these derivative products will be underlined by specific industries. And these industries will hire specific people with skills and talents that are very much linked and intricately linked to the development of this sector. So we're looking at strategic value chains, and we are looking at the agriculture sector, then pharmaceuticals. $20.57 billion per year is what the West African regional market economy is, which is growing because of the increasing spate of diseases that we have. And Ghana used to be in the 60s the manufacturing hub of very essential drugs. And we do have industries in this country that are actually doing this. They're producing chloramphenicals, they're producing vaccines and so on. Can we scale this up and become the hub of pharmaceutical manufacturing, textiles and garments? Today, 100 million yards is our market economy for only Ghana in terms of local demand. At the highest optimum of our production, combining GTP, Vlisco, etc., they can only produce 20% of that demand. 80% is coming from China. Today, Chinese are producing fugu and exporting in Canada. They have taken our talent, our patent. It is not about Ghana First agenda. This is about strategically positioning the country to the place where it has to be, because we can do that geopolitically. then when you look at our industries, we don't have enough raw materials to power the capacities of our industries. The industries, and we've spoken with over 600 industrial players, 1,500 stakeholders across all these sectors that we talked about. And we have had heart-to-heart conversations with them. It's not a meeting like this, but one-on-one, where we could talk about issues dispassionately. And I can tell you that the potential that Ghana has is great. And this is within our ambition to achieve. All of you gathered here, look at the talents that you have within the energy sector. And I come to the question. I'm giving this synopsis because it's the first time we are unfolding the 24-hour economy, to be able to set the basis for our conversation. And as the chairperson said, this ambition is within reach, that we can achieve it. So how can we ensure that the machinery, at least certain essential parts of the machinery that is made up of aluminum and steel, which we produce here, and that depends on the talent of electrical engineers, chemical engineers, mechanical engineers that we produce every year in our polytechnics and universities. How can we ensure that there is a fabrication and manufacturing sector that will produce these machines to underpin or support the industrialization agenda that we're talking about? So the 24-hour economy is about looking at the entire ecosystem of the productive force of Ghana and looking at it and say, what can we do? And can we do it? We've done it in 1950s and 60s, in the 70s, where we produce everything. Pottery, we produce spoons, cutlery sets, everything. I grew up knowing that we have very little minimum imports in this country. Today, we can't even produce blade, razor blade. For those of us who like to barb our hair, the machines that are used. So it's about that. It is also about ensuring that we do have the human capital skills to underpin our industrialization too. And skills and human capital development in terms of leadership, critical thinking, the talents, and ability to produce products that have of international standard quality. It is also about supporting the Ministry of Energy's green transition process so that the life cycle analysis of the production, from production, processing, manufacturing, all the way to packaging, it is consistent with environmental and social governance standards, meeting international requirements. It's also about ensuring that the ecosystem of our soil is replaced back. One of the things that really surprises as we look at the Ghanaian production system, that for some reason, everything that comes from our soil or is linked to our natural resources is premium quality. Our cocoa is premium quality. Our garden eggs is premium quality. Our okra is premium quality. Oil and gas is premium quality. Gold, premium quality. Even recently, as recent as today when they got lithium, is of highest quality. So Ghana is a country that spiritually, I believe, God put something here which is incredible. How can we not leverage this premium quality products that we have to become the country in West Africa that produce a unique product of premium price to feed at least 425 million market? So this is the 24-hour economy. It is also about culture. It's also about art. It's also bringing back the high life and making sure that we can sell it and export it across the globe. It's also about looking at our strategic fruits. I grew up knowing what you call alansa. I don't know if anybody, I don't know the English name to it. I'm such a Ododojo person, so I remember all those things in Ghana. But these are fruits of greater quality. And some of the things we produce today have greater importance in the health sector. So I'm spreading your imagination to think 24-hour economy is not just about night economy. It's not shifts. It's about holistic redress to the structural deformities of our economy. And any country that will continue to import 80% of its product will never be able to address its forex exchange. You can't. You can't come out of debt. It's a recycle, vicious recycle. You have to turn it around so that you produce and have a surplus to generate. To do this, require energy. Energy is critical to what we are going to do. So, let's examine some of the ideas here. Today, when we look at our energy production, when we look at the numbers that constitute our energy production, in 2024, our peak demand is about 3.95 megawatts, which is about a 9.2% increase. Thermal sources will contribute about 66.1% of our power in 2025. With natural gas going to be the dominant fuel, and therefore that will be a dependency that is going to expose us if we go into the trajectory to forex. Our fuel supply for thermal plants in 2025 will cost us approximately $1.25 billion, with about 97% of that going to gas alone. And this is from the Energy Outlook report of 2025, this recent. In 2025, without the operationalizing yet the 24-hour economy, we're going to have a projected rise to about 4.125 megawatts, while the available capacity will only reach about 4.65 megawatts. So there's a lag of 18%. That will be perhaps what we need to deal with. Now, Ghana also loses approximately 25 to 30% of generated electricity due to technical and non-technical issues, such as, transmission distances, aging infrastructure, illegal connections, meter tampering, and poor maintenance. And there's gas deficits, which are also projected across several months, with shortfalls of 50 MMSCFD in March and 102 in November. The hydropower, which was one mainstay of our economy, will generate about 13.9% in 2025, less than what it generated in 2024. So when we look at our energy outlook, clearly there's a challenge there. Unless we we come up with innovative strategies, we will not be able to power the vision that we have in the 2024, in the 24-hour economy. But then, I'm one of those who believe that Ghana has tremendous potential to be able to innovate and come out with what it takes for us to power the 24-hour economy and to meet the demand, the energy demand that we are looking at. So the 24-hour economy then can be viewed as a policy that will spur us on for energy reforms. So therefore, rather than viewing the current challenges that I've talked about in the energy sector as constraints, I believe that we must see them as a historic opportunity to transform Ghana's energy landscape. And how do we do that? I'll offer some thoughts. Number one, when we look at agroecological parks that we are thinking of for the production hubs and industrial parks for the manufacturing hubs across the country, industrial clusters that are operating 24/7 can justify a decentralized energy system, and such as renewable microgrids and gas to power hubs. This requires all of you here who are private sector to rethink how can you enter this. This is a demand, and there's a business case is very strong. So it justified a decentralized policy, and I'm glad that our colleagues from Ministry of Energy, Michael and Deputy Minister and our brother John have thought about decentralization policy. Then the continuous demand from transport, agriculture, digital infrastructure, and health can also accelerate the investment and adoption of what I call smart grids and energy storage technologies. And this is also a great opportunity for a private sector to come through. So by aligning the energy needs with our productivity and industrial growth, we can justify the expansion of our national outputs, and power then becomes a commodity within the economic growth chain. So all these constraints that we talk about now has become a demand side in terms of market opportunities. And there are private sector who have these solutions that can get into it. And it is a smart thing that a decentralization policy for the energy production and transmission is being thought about. So in examining the opportunities, for example, we can propose the following solutions. We can propose power sector specific energy strategies that will tailor energy solution to specific means. For example, for the manufacturing, which requires a reliable base load, we can achieve this through a mix of thermal and hydro and industrial solar energy. Can we work with the manufacturing sector to have a mix of energy to be able to deal with the energy demands? For the hospitality sector, we can integrate solar photovoltaic systems with battery storage to supplement the grid. For the healthcare facilities, which cannot afford to have interruptions, necessitating on-site solar generators and uninterruptible power supply systems. For the transporting electrification requires EV charging infrastructure, solar power depots, and grid reinforcements. So these are some solutions you can look at. And in agriculture, we can adopt, and which we shall do, adopt solar power irrigation, biomass energy, agro-processing microgrids to boost our efficiency. And for the pharmaceutical industry, we can look at precision hybrid grids with full redundancy to ensure that there's uninterrupted production. To address these challenges and the levers becomes very key to transforming the energy sector in support of the 24-hour policy. And a critical to these challenges that I think if we are to walk out of here is to think, number one, we have necessarily to fix our 25 to 30% electricity system loss. We have to deal with it. And we have to deal with aging infrastructure and grid reliability issues. And we have to deal with the heavy dependence on gas and thermal generation to be able to look at energy mix, including solar power, biomass, and all of that. And we have to deal with also the fuel cost volatility and mounting utility debt issue. Today, it costs about 2.7 cents per kilowatt hour in Ghana. And in many parts of the sub-region, it costs less than a cent. So businesses would have to, we have to work with businesses to try to minimize these costs, because it would then factor into our production. This is why it necessitates a lot of import, because you don't become price competitive if you produce made in Ghana goods as we see today. But these challenges, though they are significant, they also present opportunity. And the opportunities are a chance for all of us. And I'm glad I'm talking to stakeholders in the energy sector, either from production, transmission, and so on, and policy, that we have to rethink, innovate, and position energy as a driver of economic growth, as a power driver of economic growth. Just as they say, well, the private sector is the engine of growth, I believe that energy today is the driver of economic growth. And we have to reimagine, therefore, the energy sector to position it as an engine of economic growth. And this will require developing an innovative energy development strategy, taking into consideration the full compendium of solutions I've outlined, including the green energy sources. And this is what the 24-hour economy is actually doing with our colleague from the Ministry of Energy, to sit down to really reimagine how we can position the energy sector to be the engine that will drive this massive economic agenda policy. And this is a policy that will really turn Ghana into an increasing powerhouse within West Africa. For example, to do this, some of the things that we're going to work on is, number one, we know that Ghana enjoys about 5.5 kilowatt hour per day solar radiation, which offers a massive potential for solar expansion. So we have to think, we're going to think about solar from the manufacturing, from harnessing the energy, and all the players that have incredible technology are going to work with us. And they will have to do it, associating them with the manufacturing and the processing hubs within the 24-hour economy, agro parks, and industrial parks. We're going to work with industry to look at smart green technologies, battery storage, automated metering that are becoming cheaper and scalable. We're going to work with industry also to deal with the issue of our domestic gas production, so that we get a more competitive pricing for domestic utilization. This is policy issue, and I can tell you we can do that. And we're going to look at how best we can leverage on the low-cost legacy of Akosombo Ekpom, which have a unit cost of 2.7 that I've told, to feed domestic value chains with lower energy to unleash the productive potential of agriculture, agri-processing, light and heavy machinery, industry, food production, and so on. Now, ladies and gentlemen, leveraging the current unique disposition to power the 24-hour economy future will require strategic investment in our energy and green transition futures. And this investment must be done once and for all. It's an opportunity where we will, with the commitment of the president and the will of the Ghanaian people, we're going to look at massive investment once and for all to deal with the plethora of issues of confronting the energy sector and making the energy sector the engine that would drive our economic prospects. And we are going to look at how to do this investment in ways that will position us as one of the robust markets within West Africa that can tap into the African Continental Free Trade Agreement to ensure that Ghana is not just producing to feed our local market, which is huge, but generating a surplus for industry to be able to generate, produce for accelerated export. To the extent that, the dream is to the extent that everywhere you go, you'll be proud to be utilizing made in Ghana goods, and that our economy will be controlled by indigenous Ghanaians who are the billionaires and the millionaires of our country. But to achieve this, we require a few things. And these are things that I would like to put on your table. An agreement that we need to modernize and decentralize our grid. An agreement that we need to scale the renewables and hybrid systems. An agreement that we need to invest in smart infrastructure, including advanced metering infrastructure and so on. An agreement that we need to look at implementation of cost-reflected tariffs that will make businesses thrive. An agreement that we need to create energy compact that will link directly our 24-hour economy, agroecological parks, the manufacturing centers, and so on, and to invite private sector to bring their technology, innovation, to partner us to do this. Are these progressive policies or strategies feasible? Yes, I believe they are. But I also believe that in order for us to spur ourselves on as a country, we also must draw inspiration from what is happening globally to position ourselves to tap into the possibilities. We know, for example, today that because of the mature R&Ds, solar PV's costs have fallen by over 80% in a decade. We need to take advantage of that. We need to also take advantage of the fact that battery storage prices are projected to drop by 40% because of the same R&D by 2030. We need to learn from nations that are adopting energy as a service models, especially for industries and municipalities. And we need to look at how we can harness the untapped source of low energy pricing from our legacy hydro. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind down, I'd like to speak to you compassionately, to say to you that we all must inspire Ghana. The era where we say, well, it is not possible, it's past. Whether we like it or not, countries will take advantage of what is happening globally. We have seen the tariffs slapping that is coming from the US. We have seen the shiftings in geopolitics. But we also know that as a country, we represent a strong powerhouse geopolitically within the West Africa hub. That Mali, Niger, Burkina, the Sahel countries are countries that have linkages with us. They are the historical trade routes. A combination of Guinea and the Sahel countries with Ghana will control about 60% of copper or cobalt or strategic resources that are needed for powering digital technologies. Ghana provides leadership. As a former senior diplomat of the UN, I've spent a lot of my time working with the Sahel and executive or secretary generals and globally. I can tell you that the convening power of Ghana must be leveraged. Can you imagine a world in which the batteries that power our cars are manufactured from here? A world in which the medicines that go through our strategic hospitals are manufactured from here. A world in which our garments and textiles are going round greater West African region. A world in which we are powering thought leadership, innovation, ideas within the Pan-African realm. This is what Ghana used to be. We have to reinstate the Ghanaian power. So the convening power is extremely important for us. And all of us need to embrace this vision. The 24-hour economy is not a political balance. The 24-hour economy is not a political balance. It is a citizen's vision aimed at structurally turning our country around into one that cannot be forgotten by any foreign direct investor in the world. Malaysia today imports $15.5 billion of food every year. Can they become our partner? We have historical relations with Malaysia. Saudi Arabia import hundreds and hundreds of billions of food. Can we be the ones that produce the things that they look for? And to do that, we have to rethink and reimagine the power of our energy to be able to support industry. In conclusion, I believe that it's a collective responsibility. I've managed to say to you that, yes, the issue is we can power our 24-hour economy, but we have to reimagine it. We have to be innovative, and we have to look at the full compendium of energy sources and be able to tap them. And we have to do that with the strategic involvement of the private sector. And we must do that, aligning them to the agroecological parks, ensuring that every region has a development agenda and can be powered through energy and industrial parks. So therefore, this requires that we mobilize the full stakeholders across the value chain of the energy sector. The private sectors to finance, the local governments to align industrial zoning policies, the banks and DFIs, multilateral development banks and so on, to help us with green bonds, SDG-linked bonds, innovative financing, climate facility, carbon credits, working with the Minister of Energy and Green Transition to really tap into the potential of our green transition realms. International development partners to provide offtakes for some of the things we're doing and bring technology to help us. Academian entrepreneurs, CSRs and all them to support us in R&Ds for us to continue to improve. And we strongly endorse the progressive policy of the new government led by the Minister of Energy and his deputy to bring in private sector participation in the transformation of the electricity company of Ghana. We also commend the minister for his visionary leadership in fostering these private sector relations. Together, let's build that power that can behind the power that is behind this vision that we talk about. Every one of us must have a Go Ghana story. What is your story? Are you wearing made in Ghana goods? Are you proud of the products that you buy off the shelves? What are some of the innovative stories that you hear? It is a challenge to all of you. And the idea of the 24-hour economy is that all of us together, we should harvest our thoughts, leadership, to make sure that in the next 4 years, we can create 1.7 million jobs at least. And students that, or people that graduate to the workforce, they will have at least 80% chance of getting a job within the first year. And that the made in Ghana goods are the ones that 425 million people from the West African region that has a market over $500 billion can tap into. That you could go to Dakar and you pick product on the shelf and you say, well, this is Ghana. You see the flag on it. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we can. We are able to do it. This ambition is within our reach and we can do it. I thank you for your attention.
Let's do it one more time for Doc. And indeed, the 24-hour economy shouldn't be viewed as political balance. Rather, it should be viewed as a national agenda that requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. And thank you very much. It just also got me wondering, about a week ago, the US, Donald Trump to be specific, slapped Ghana with a 10% tariff. I'm just wondering how we can position the 24-hour economy to leverage the benefits of the accelerated, the AFTA program we have, so that indeed, if we're able to produce more as a result of the 24-hour economy, we will not be, demoralized in exporting them to other countries. Thank you very much for that presentation. If you're just joining us, let me just remind you that this is the 5th Anniversary Public Lecture and panel discussion of the Energy News African Limited program, which is focusing on the impact of government's flagship 24-hour economy and export development policy on the power and petroleum sector of the country. And indeed, we're bringing you that conversation live from here. We're also live on the Facebook page of the Energy News African Limited. You can leave your thoughts and comments. Finally, when we launch into the panel discussion, we'll have time for Q&As, and all the questions you have on your minds will be answered. Now, in the spirit of still honoring some of our guests who have joined us, please allow me to welcome Engineer Kwejo Ayeng being Deputy MD ECG for Engineering and Operations. Let's put our hands together for sir. Thank you very much for coming. Dr. Yusuf Suleiman, Managing Director for Tema Oil Refinery. Let's put our hands together for him. Is he here? Oh, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. I was seated by you and I didn't know. And Mr. Awal Mohammed, President, Ghana Electrical Contractors Association. Thank you very much for coming. Engineer Kweku, we are representing VRA, Director Engineering CEO. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much, sir. And Albert Iribi Aqua Commercial Managing Senate. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much for making time. On to another presentation before we finally get into the panel discussion that will be happening very soon. We're looking at the power situation in the country. How many of you have lights? Show by hand. Well, we will be getting into that conversation pretty soon. But for now, please put your hands together as we welcome Wisdom Ahiataku Togobo, Sustainable Energy Specialist, for yet another presentation. Then we can have the panel discussion. A round of applause for him as he takes the podium for his presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol and go straight to the point in order to save some time. I'll be speaking briefly on attempting to answer the question for the day. And you all agree with me that when we talk about 24-hour economy, we are looking at the transport sector, the hospitality sector, health services, entertainment, and our presenter from the Office of the President emphasized more on agro-processing and value addition to natural resource. And I'm going to emphasize my presentation as far as that is concerned. Next, please. Next, please. No. The slide before. Yeah. You all agree with me that Ghana is endowed with a lot of natural resources. We have the diamond, we have the gold, we have the bauxite, we have iron ore, we have recently discovered lithium. Our land is also very rich and can be used to produce enough food for our consumption and also for export. We have the ability to produce the rice that we eat. We have the ability to produce all the maize that we have, but yet still we do import most of this. Our land is also good for producing cash crops like timber, cocoa, tobacco, among others. And above all, the energy that is needed to add value to this also abounds in Ghana. We have the hydropower, we have petroleum products, we have oil, we've discovered oil, we have natural gas, we have biomass, and we have solar. So when we talk about 24-hour economy, particularly targeting economic development and industrialization, you realize that you will need the energy that is required needs to be affordable because you have to be competitive with other countries. And again, when we talk about 24-hour economy, operating 24 hours, it also means that our current electricity demand may have to double or triple, especially when it comes to operating industries. So access to affordable and reliable electricity is very, very necessary in order for us to drive this 24-hour economic concept. No country can develop economically, industrially, without relying on modern energy, which is affordable. Next, please. And if you look at the whole world, you realize that most industrialized countries depend on coal, natural gas, nuclear, and hydro to support for electricity generation in order to support their industries because these energy options come cheaper. You can't rely on oil-based power generation to drive industry. So you can see from the graph on the right that coal, natural gas, nuclear, and hydro dominates the power generation system in the whole world. Next, please. And I'll just try to show some of the developing countries that are industrializing at a very fast rate. And you all agree with me that China today is about the world manufacturer, and China is developing at a much faster rate. If you look at back down at 1990, China's installed capacity was 220 gigawatts. Today, as we talk, there are almost 3,000 gigawatts. And most of the energy is derived from coal. China is a signatory to the Paris Agreement. India is a signatory to the Paris Agreement. But they've all realized that electricity from coal is cheaper than the other options, and therefore they are depending on that. Indian, for instance, realizing that they need cheap power to support their 24-hour economy, especially after they went through some drought and decided to make sure that they will not import food. India took a decision to introduce very low tariffs for agriculture. Electricity for irrigation, electricity for processing agricultural goods is as low as 2 cents per kilowatt hour because they realized that during the day there may be excess generation, and instead of saying we are paying for excess generation without being used, they have converted that to make sure that they can produce enough food for their population and for export. Next, please. When we take Brazil, these are all developing countries operating 24-hour economy. Brazil relied mainly on their hydropower scheme. But this notwithstanding, Brazil took a decision to diversify its energy portfolio to include coal, nuclear, and other renewables in it. So why not Ghana? South Africa, South Korea, for instance, also had to rely mainly on coal, nuclear, and natural gas. In fact, South Korea has no coal. They have no uranium. They import these products, generate cheap power, and then they come to Africa, take Africa's mineral resources, add value to them, and bring it back to us at a higher fee. South Korea takes oil from Nigeria, process it into petrol, diesel, kerosene, brings it back to Africa, and sell it to us at the market price. That is innovation. Ghana's generation capacity. If you look at Ghana, you know, as far back as 1970, Ghana's electricity generation capacity was almost 2 times that of Malaysia. 1970, Malaysia's generation capacity was just 420 megawatts, whereas Ghana was 760 megawatts. But today, Malaysia's generation capacity is as high as 45.5 gigawatts. What is Ghana's total generation capacity? 5.5. A country that had more generation capacity than Malaysia. But look at us. We have relied mainly on hydro, but not for the fact that we discovered natural gas recently. You can imagine the power situation we'll be going through. It is natural gas that has come to save us and to help us keep our power generation as it is. Next, please. Having said all this, when most of these countries that were part of the Paris Agreement, realizing that they need cheap power to stimulate economic development, have taken the bold step to diversify, to look at nuclear, to look at coal, to look at all possible generation options. Ghana, our focus has been mainly on hydro, initially oil, but recently we found natural gas, and today natural gas accounts for almost 68% of our generation mix. And if you look at the graph on the right, you realize that electricity consumption in the industrial sector have not seen any significant growth. We've seen some growth in the residential sector and the service sector, but industries have still been quite low. And when it comes to electricity for agriculture, electricity for irrigation, or even for the transport sector, it is almost negligible. Yet, next slide please. In 2020, November 2020, His Excellency the President, the former President, launched the Energy Transition Framework. And this framework sought to achieve net zero by 2070, and the target was that renewable energy, including hydro, will reach 20%, natural gas 34%, and nuclear achieving 46%. The framework totally eliminates oil. By 2070, it is intended that we will not use any fossil fuel, no coal, nothing. We will rely mainly on green energy. Next, please. But in less than 10 months, the same president launched another policy program at the UN General Assembly, the Energy Transition Investment Plan. In fact, this is the latest policy direction in the power sector, which was launched at the UN office. And at this, the program said they were going to achieve 90% renewable energy, 10% nuclear, no natural gas, no energy from oil, no energy from coal. And the question we have to ask ourselves, in fact, it says that as much as 82% of our total electricity generation will come from solar. And you all agree with me, Ghana, we don't have the sun 24 hours. No. So if you are to rely on this sun to achieve 82% of our demand, then the question is this, with this projection, can we be able to achieve 24-hour economy with these energy projections? Your guess is as right as mine. Next, please. So I believe if Ghana is to move forward with this 24-hour economy, then there is the need for a policy shift. Policy shift, resetting our policy targets to reconsider natural gas. Natural gas was considered in the framework 2022, but in 2023 policy, natural gas was eliminated. We have to reconsider to reintroduce natural gas. And I also believe strongly that the countries that are introducing energy transition, Germany, UK, following the Russian crisis, they've all reverted to develop and activate their coal power plants. It is about time that we follow the examples of Malaysia, the examples of India, and others, if we want to really achieve this 24-hour economy and industrialize with the energy resource we have. No, please, we need to also prioritize our investment in the grid and natural gas infrastructure. We have to pursue aggressively investment in the nuclear power program, because Ghana's currently, even though hydropower provides cheap power, we have exhausted most of our hydropower potential. But if you want to add more solar, as the previous speaker said, then you need a firm power to support these intermittencies. And in the absence of hydro, we need to look closely again at the natural gas, the nuclear, and possibly clean coal option. This is the only way we can be able to integrate more solar and wind into that grid network. Next, please. If you look at our grid infrastructure, GridCo had proposed a lot of lines, 330 kV lines, 330 kV lines from Accra down to Takoradi, another one. We have a lot of lines proposed by GridCo. They've also proposed 225 kV lines and even 161 kV line power lines and improvement in their substations. Unfortunately, I think the GridCo CEO is here. I don't have to talk for him. They are cash strapped and they cannot achieve most of their proposed projects. If you take, if we want to undertake 24-hour economy in every region, as the speaker said, if you take, for instance, the transmission line from Soga Copper all the way to KJB, it's a 69 kV line. It is hopefully inadequate to support any industrial activity. GridCo had proposed to extend, to upgrade that line to 161, but no cash. But these are areas that if we are able to support them aggressively, it gives us the opportunity to expand our electricity network. We don't only need electricity for lighting, but we need electricity to stimulate economic development. We need it to drive industries in the countryside. Next, please. If we take our gas infrastructure, as we talk today, the gas infrastructure is only concentrated in the Western Enclave, the blue line you see there. Meanwhile, we have a lot of load demand upwards through Kumasi all the way to Bupe. There are plans to extend this over there, but again, no financial resource to support it. We need to even have a loop from Accra to connect to Kumasi, and also to connect from Accra, have a reverse flow from Takoradi to Accra, and also have a loop to support the West African gas, so that at least at all times, should there be any challenge, all our generation plants should have enough gas to provide reliable, affordable power. This is the only way we can be able to drive 24-hour economy, stimulating industrial growth. Next, please. Again, let's take our nuclear power program. Nuclear power has been integrated into the national energy policy. And following that, the Nuclear Power Program Organization was established. The Nuclear Regulatory Authority was also established. The country established the owner-operator, which is the first limited liability company for Ghana's first nuclear plant. This has also been established. It was established in 2017. But unfortunately, between 2017 and now, very little achievement has been made. Why? Because there is no dedicated funding to support the nuclear program. At the moment, it is only Bui Power Authority and VRA, and sometimes GRIDCO, that extends a hand of support to the nuclear power program. And as far as they have no support, it is very difficult to move aggressively towards the development of nuclear. Ghana needs a dedicated funding commitment if we want to see our nuclear power plant see the light of day. If you take nuclear power plants in the world, show me just one country with a nuclear power plant, and I can tell you that that country is industrialized. Look at the whole graph. You realize that South Africa is the only country with nuclear power plant. And it's not surprising that South Africa is the only industrialized country on the whole continent. Nuclear has the potential to drive industry. Nuclear has the potential to add value to even bringing on board more intermittent solar and wind energy. Next, please. If you look at countries that have nuclear, I've just tried to list the top 10 nuclear countries. And you realize that these are the same countries that are leading in intermittent solar and wind. No, solar doesn't come continuously, and it's not even 24 hours. Effectively, you can get maximum 6 hours of sunshine in a day, and it comes intermittently. So you need a robust alternate generation to support the smoothing of it. And you can see that if Ghana is to increase our renewable energy contribution in the national grid, then we need firm power to support this. And this firm power should come from natural gas, nuclear, or coal. That is the only way we can increase renewable energy integration into the grid. Next, please. So in conclusion, I will say that current policy direction in Ghana's transition is too ambitious to support the 24-hour economy. If we need to do it, then we have to revisit our policy framework. We can't rely on 82% solar to drive industries and stimulate economic activity in this country. Do you want to use batteries? You pay out of your nose if you have to use batteries throughout the night to support industrialization. We need to reconsider our policy scheme and also look at diversifying our energy mix. If other countries are going in for coal and they are driving industries and they are producing for us to take, what prevents us from also looking into those directions? We have natural gas. We need to maximize it. If our current gas processing plant is inadequate to meet our demand, let us increase it. If you have to get a second gas processing plant, let us do it. If you have to increase the infrastructure, increase the pipeline, let us do that. With adequate gas facility, we can be able to provide even thermal and heating power to support industries. We can use natural gas to produce LPG to reduce the dependence on wood as firewood and charcoal. So natural gas has a very important role to play as far as 24-hour economy is concerned. And again, like I said earlier on, if we want to stimulate and increase the deployment of renewable energy in this country, then there's the need for a firm base load. And that base load should be affordable. That base load should be cheap. That's the only way you can bring on board some of this. So investment in grid and natural gas infrastructure is critical to support 24-hour economy. And like I said earlier on, Ghana also needs dedicated funding commitment to develop all this. So what we should be looking at is how do we raise the needed funding to support some of this infrastructure? Do we look into private sector investments? Do we look into PPP arrangements? These are the areas we should be thinking of. We should think big, raise the necessary funding to touch on all this. When you have developed these firm power options, like all the other countries did, then you can go and produce your solar, produce your wind in order to support and go green. But we can't go green solar by importing solar panels from China and using it here. We have lithium, we can produce the batteries locally, we export the resource out, and then they produce the battery outside and they bring it to us, and we say we want to go electric based on imported batteries, imported resources. This will not help us with our 24-hour economy. Let us see how best we can raise the needed funding to support the establishment of all this basic infrastructure. So with this, I want to say a very big thank you to you. I have with me, Work Energy is a consortium of sustainable energy professionals, most of them having over 30 years experience in the power sector. I have two of my managing partners here. Engineer Sakifio, can you just raise your hand? And Engineer Charles Nuoklu. So we provide consultancy services for sustainable energy in the power sector. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much indeed for having that honest and open conversations, reminding us that the plan might be very ambitious and what we need to do to, position ourselves in a way that we deal well with that. Now we'll be having the panel discussion to look at the power situation in the country. But before that, we'll go for a lunch break. And right after the lunch break, then we launch into the panel discussion for the power situation in the country. But finally, while we get ready to go for that lunch break, I also want to, in the spirit of acknowledgements, recognize the presence of Francis Niboy, General Asset and Infrastructure, Bark Oil Storage and Transportation Company Limited. Thank you very much, sir, for honoring our invitation. So at this juncture, I think that the lunch break is ready, or snack break rather, is ready. And right after that, we'll come back, then we'll launch into the discussion. Have a good time. All right, so there's been a change in communication. I beg your pardon. Please, we have to resume our seats. We have a last presentation, and right after that presentation, we will have the lunch break. So we'll have the panel, power presentation actually in the country. All right, so like I rightly indicated, the panel discussion on the power situation in the country. We'll have that briefly, then we go to have the lunch break, then we come back for another panel discussion, then we wrap up the events. Yao Chair will be leading that panel discussion. Yao Chair, if you're here from ASEP, please come up. He'll be leading the panel discussion. A round of applause for him. Please put your hands together for Kwejo Yao Chair leading the panel discussion for the power situation in the country, right?
Thank you very much. So I would quickly invite our panel members to come on stage. I don't know who is here and who is not here. So please, if you can come, and then we'll do the introductions once you are here. Please, let's appreciate them once they come. The panel members, they know themselves. I don't know who is here and who is not here. But I can mention the names. Engineer Mark Ewuaba, Acting CEO, Ghana Great Company. Engineer Edward Cole Obing Kenzo, Acting CEO, VRA. Julius Kwame Pepena, Acting Managing Director, ECG. Awal Sakib Mohammed, President of Ghana Electrical Contractors Association. Dr. Elikplim Kwabla Petogbo, CEO, IPP Chamber. Michelle Bucket, MD of West Africa Gas Pipeline Company. Robert Tariko O'Brien, World Bank, Ghana. No. Okay. All right, I nearly said ladies and gentlemen, but I saw it's all guys. Craig, you have to do better next time. All male. If not, they will accuse us of being a manner. I mean, that is all right. We've seen the interesting presentations, especially the one by Engineer Wisdom, really agitating our minds on the considerations that we need to have when we talk about 24-hour economy. And I want to start the conversation. All of you here are system planners. Whether we have a general sense of what the energy requirements of the 24-hour economy is going to be as system planners, and what anticipation we have for the potential surge in energy demand from what we have now. So maybe I'll start with who has the microphone. Yes, please, and please introduce yourself before you speak so that everybody knows.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Awal Saki Mohammed. Like you mentioned earlier, I'm the president of the Ghana Electrical Contractors Association. My name is Awal Saki Mohammed. I'm the president of the Ghana Electrical Contractors Association. I appreciate the presentation made by my senior colleague, Mr. Wisdom. And I come from a point of view of an electrical safety person, and then a system integrator and a constructor. And by that, what I mean is I come into contact regularly with the kind of systems that we have in the country. And so I'm very familiar with the utilization points of electricity. Now, all the generations and all that boils down to consumption. If it is generated and it is not properly utilized, then our systems are good as nothing. So I come regularly in contact with systems, and I find that our systems are highly inefficient. And so all the generation that we talk about, if we don't tackle the consumption or the utilization point of electricity, then we will keep generating. It means that we will not be efficient. So we'll keep generating electricity and people are wasting it and all that. So there has to be a direct policy at how electricity can be efficiently be used in the country. I mean, I'm also looking at a point where even our current generation, we know that we have serious, what we call it, inefficiency, the losses. For instance, And the losses are not just on the networks. The losses are also at the utilization point. So if we are able to reduce the inefficiency to some degree, I can tell you that we don't need to really generate so much to be able to really power our system. So the generation fine, we need a lot of generation, but then the utilization point needs proper management to be able to ensure that that 24-hour economy that we are all talking about will really be effective.
That's an interesting school of thought. You hold on to that. We'll come to our great co-man. He's at the center of everybody. Give us a general sense of what the energy requirement of undertaking such an ambitious and bold policy is going to be.
Well, thank you for having me. The energy requirements, in our view, currently are quite staggering. Our studies will show that currently we need about an additional 400 megawatts every year, even if it's 300. I'm mentioning 300 because we are used to a plant like TICO or TAPCO that is in Abuaze. So we are talking of a whole power plant being required every year, more than that. So that is quite a huge investment. And whether we like it or not, demand will continue to grow. And we need to have the capacity available to make sure that this demand is met, especially when there is that anticipation of industrial growth. What we are talking of might even be on the lesser side. Things might, Ghanaians might need more, and we have to be up to speed with that. How do we ensure that we get enough generation available? Quite apart from the issue about efficiency, which I think is also something we need to tackle. So in GRIDCO, what we are trying to do as mandated by the law is to ensure that we put in place a market that opens the door for private sector investment. The private sector guy, the IPP, is coming and wants to be sure that whatever megawatt I put down, I have that return on investment and it will be paid for. It is not something that I may have to later try to fall on government and the money is not there and becomes a tug of war, and we hear of strikes by some power plants and things like that. This will have to be a thing of the past. We want to institute a market which is sustainable and pays for itself and engenders industrial investor confidence. So that is where we need to go. Demand will continue to rise, and especially if we want to make sure that we create employment, industries work, we have to make sure that electricity is available. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll still stay with you. We've had a number of industrialization drives in Ghana with very ambitious targets of what demand drive for energy consumption is going to be. The just left government tried one district, one factory. All the computations were made about how much power that is going to consume, and we were expected to use that to do planning for the sector. Now you anticipate that if things go well, we'll need about 400 megawatts. Where is that assurance coming from that the demand that we are expecting is actually going to materialize?
So in doing forecasting, what we try to do is to go for business as usual. Nothing happens. And also try to have an assessment using statistics. What about if something really happens? Or whatever is going to happen even overspeeds your expectation. So you have to get all these scenarios. You have to plan for all these things. It is possible nothing will happen. But what if it happens? I'm in charge of a sector, and I don't want to get to that point the customer is there for me to tell the customer that I don't have the power available. That would be a disaster. So we need to plan and make sure that we also invest cautiously. When I say we, I'm not talking of GridCo. I'm not the one building the power plant, but I'm making sure that together with stakeholders, with regulators, we make sure that we have put in place the system to make people come. When I'm encouraging an investor to come with a megawatt, what have I put in place to ensure that the person goes back happily with some decent return on investment? That is my responsibility. We talked about, in fact, Wisdom talked about nuclear power. When it comes to these power additions, what we say is that let's keep our minds open. Sometimes, and I know there could be people here who may be totally against nuclear power. That's their thinking. Some might be for something else. But we have to keep our minds opened and plan in such a way that what is the most feasible for this country? At the end of the day, you and I, as customers now, will have to pay for it. In the long term, can Ghanaians pay for it? What is the most attractive for it? Wisdom talked a lot about gas. This is what we have, and whatever we can do to leverage on it for Ghanaians, we need to do it. So we will continue to do planning. We, as you're saying, and industries and things don't evolve just overnight. With time, when we see that we have to change, we change our plans and update our plans. We keep doing it every year. So we will be always up to our responsibility to make sure that our forecast as close as possible. They say that every forecaster is a liar, even if he tells the truth. So we'll try to do our best to make sure that the capacity will be there for industry. Thank you.
Right. We'll come to VRA. I mean, you've heard about the plans. If it really works, how long do you think the current system, in terms of generation, can support the rollout, the initial rollout of the policy?
Well, that's a good question. Of course, time frames are important, like you mentioned, and as Engineer Ban mentioned, industries don't spring up overnight. Our understanding of the 24-hour economy is evolving. I was happy today to hear the details of the strategic growth goals that the government is focusing on. And I think that if you look at this, where we are now vis-a-vis what the vision is, there is some time that will be needed to get things up and running. That to me fits well into the time frame for developing infrastructure in the power industry. Infrastructure development in the power industry takes a while. You don't build a power plant overnight. But the most important thing is that today, as we speak, yes, we are facing some challenges and we have some bottlenecks in the system. For me, the first priority is to address those bottlenecks, because it is those bottlenecks that would enable us to accelerate the rate of investment and the rate of development of new plants. It's like leapfrogging. I mean, you can't leapfrog if your foundation is weak. So I think that the first priority for me is how do we address the challenge in the sector at the moment. Once we are able to do that, I believe very well that the entities in the sector should be able to attract the necessary investments to invest for the future. Day in, day out, there are investors coming to our institutions, various institutions knocking on our doors. This afternoon, I have a meeting with a potential investor who is interested in wind. Last week, I had an investor who was interested in thermal power. So the issue is not the investor interest. The issue is whether or not the environment is conducive enough for them to come in. And once we leverage on this vision of the 24-hour economy to accelerate the reforms we are trying to undertake in the sector, that then forms a basis for us moving forward. So yes, can we do it? We can. It depends on how quickly we are able to address the issues. And because you see, the issues are known. The solutions for me are fairly known. It's really about how you implement them. I mean, VRA, the power sector is a 24-hour operation. So 24-hour economy is not new to us. All the industries that we supply are 24-hour operations. I mean, Valco, the mining companies, B5, you name them. So it's something we do That's how we operate. So it's not like it's a different business model for us. Like you said, there's been plans in the past that did not materialize. I mean, I think that is the core of Wisdom's point. If you see the way the energy transition framework that was developed in the past was based on a certain assumption of GDP growth, based also on certain government policies that they thought was going to drive that growth. Of course, to the extent that those projections did not materialize, then the energy projections that follow will also look a bit out of whack. So that is a risk that every investor takes. I mean, there's no investor in any industry that has 100% certainty of demand. I mean, if that risk is taken away, everybody will be a businessman, I can assure you. So demand is always going to be a risk regardless of the industry. It's up to you as a businessman to decide what is a calculated risk for you to take. Investment in power always precedes demand, because if you allow demand to catch up with supply, then you're already in trouble. So that is a fact of life. Investment always precedes demand. Like Mr. Ban said, what is important is to be pragmatic in your planning. See, so that you have some flexibility in your planning, such that you can either accelerate or decelerate in line with how the sector or the demand is evolving. But to expect that you have 100% certainty of demand so that you can have 100% certainty of how much investment you need is really unrealistic. You have to, and we've been dealing with that uncertainty since the beginning of time. So I think that it's something that we can handle going forward.
All right, I'll come to Dr. Apetobo. Should we finish solving the problems before we roll out the 24-hour economy policy, or we can walk and chew?
Thank you very much. I support the concept or the belief that the time is ripe for us to start investing in new capacities. Let me say, available data with GRIDCO suggests that our peak demand is almost catch up with the installed capacity that we have. And to bring in additional capacity, for instance, the 400 megawatt he talks about, requires planning like 3 years back. We are caught up with time, we are behind schedule. And my concern has to be with the speed at which we can fix the sector to enable additional investments to come in. Let me say that we are behind schedule with regards to technology. Sorry to say that today we still go after customers to pay their electricity bills. We are behind schedule. In developed countries or some developing countries, every one consumption or account of electricity consumption is linked to their either Momo account or bank account. That you don't have access to electricity when your light goes off unless payment is made. So we have to look at how prepared we are before adding new capacity or additional generations to it. Yes, demand is growing. He said it's at a speed of light. There is nothing that can stop it. Development is going on day in, day out. Companies are springing out. And we should have the understanding that government policies or new policies that we are seeing or with the new government are very appealing to investors. And we shouldn't wait for time. We shouldn't wait for time of these policies to be rolled out before we are preparing. The time for it is now. So I will not support the idea that we should finish solving energy sector issues before we say that we are going to bring in a new capacity. We are behind schedule. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our ECG boss.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody that talks about the problems in the power sector lays it squarely at the feet of ECG, because you are the end point of where the power terminates into the homes of people. And I was just asking Dr. Apetobo whether we should fix the problem before we start the rollout. And he said, no, we can do both at the same time, but we need an assurance of how quick we can fix the problem. I know there are some actions being taken to fix the problem. How far have we come? And can you give us some indication of how soon some of the key problems that ECG is facing can be resolved?
Thank you. There's always this debate that ECG is the main cause of challenges in the power sector. It depends on where you stand and how you look at it. Now, the focus today is on 24-hour economy. Let me say that until I listened to the presentations of the main speaker and then to Wisdom, my idea of the 24-hour economy, the way I understood it, was mainly a shift of production capacity and facility spread over 24 hours. But having listened to them, I've been educated. It's a whole change, a whole mindset shift that we want to look at increased production, targeting exports, localization. The first speaker mentioned that we should be able to produce whatever we require. So I see this as a total transformation. We should move away from the practice of just business as usual. What can we do to increase production? We've identified the factors of the production. We've been educated that, look, we need extra generation, power. How do we get this? We've mentioned PSP, we've mentioned private sector investment. Ghana as a country, what do we also need to do? Are we taking this as a government policy, or are we shifting this entirely to the private sector? Again, I didn't hear anything about a time frame for this 24-hour economy. It's good, but how much time do we have? I thought I would see this in stages, because you see, for investments in power sector, it cannot happen overnight at all. So where do we want to be in the next week? I heard you mention a 4-year program. So we must have a plan that every year, this is where we want to be. And then ECG, being the distributor, will also match the policy. The industrial players, for instance, will tell you that ECG already operates a 24-hour economy with them. Most of the industrial customers, we are with them 24/7. The challenge is when we come to residential customers. And the way the industry is shifting, even industrial customers are migrating slowly into 24-hour operations. A typical customer today will want to have an EV vehicle, electric vehicle. He comes home, he plugs it. He goes home, you would think that his demand has reduced, but he's plugged his EV. And so, more or less, his demand remains fairly constant. Now, during the day, we would have taken a lot of energy from IPPs. During the night, that we expect that the load will drop. Here we are, people are charging their EVs. So electricity, the dynamics of it, the demand has changed. And it's high time we also changed our approach. Now looking at demand projections, again, as I said, industry responds to policy changes. If there is a clear-cut policy that if you are able to spread your production, you get some incentives, I can tell you that industry will shift. And then we will come in. What do we need to do? We have to look at policy, the tariffs. Are we introducing time of use tariff to regulate demand? Are there any incentives? Are we giving incentives for people who shift their production, say from peak hours to off-peak hours? We've talked about net metering. How far have we gone with net metering? Once we get all these policies right, and then there's a clear time frame on where we want to go and how we want to do it, I believe we'll get there and be able to support fully the 24-hour economy.
I mean, we'll come to incentives, but I'll stay with you again. A key component of the 24-hour economy policy is the Light Up project. That is lightening our streets. People have always wondered how it is possible that we are not able to provide street lights, even when we pay a levy for street lights. And also in circumstances that it is provided, they barely last a month. In fact, there are some streets that you see street lights on either side of the road, and none of them is working. If we still have this challenge, how does that fit into the incoming policy?
Okay. All right. So, street lights. I have looked at the way street lights are managed, specifically in Ghana. And it amazes me. Ghana is the only country where residents can go to a shop, purchase the luminaire, and then call a wayside electrician to put it up. We've tried on a number of occasions that, look, we even brought a policy that the district assemblies should be the only people allowed to install street lights. Yes, for 24-hour economy, we do need lighting. But what you see on your bill, the levies that you pay, it's not for the provision of the street lights. It can barely pay for the energy that is used. Okay, so we have proposed that, look, first of all, let us change the street light policy. It is not every Tom, Dick, and Harry who should be able to buy the luminaire, fix it on our network, and then start using it without it going through the meter. If we attempt to remove all these, the streets will be dark. And so we are looking at the situation where the assemblies would come in. We will assist them. We've done an audit. We know the number of luminaires on each feeder on our poles. We count this and give it to them. But we have the power to remove them. Yes, we do. But can we remove them and render all communities dark, black pitch? No. And so, yes, if provision of street lights is part of the 24-hour economy, I have heard discussions on shifting from even grid-powered solar lights, street lights, to solar lights. In that case, then we'll encourage people to get as many of these solar-powered street lights and light the streets. It doesn't go through the grid. And then we can release the extra capacity and give it to SMEs to be able to use for production. Okay, so as I said, it all depends on policy. If you tweak the policy, people will respond. Industry will respond, residents will respond. They are observing to see how we go about launching this 24-hour economy. And I tell you, they will respond and support it appropriately.
Mr. Wal, I mean, I know you have a comment. I was coming to you actually. So, the solar street light that you mentioned, there are some areas that they are there, but they also don't work. And what we've seen is the quality of the street lights that are provided, probably because of how they are procured or anything. You are in the electrical, and some of you these days, we are favoring local content in the provision of some of these goods. What is missing there?
Okay, thank you very much. So, when you talk about street lighting, there are different types of street lighting. Your earlier question, I suspect you were talking about the street lighting on our highways. You drive on our highways in the evening, and everywhere is dark. Now, the community ones which are installed on ECG networks, they are there. But then the ones on our highways, based on our experience, are based on 1, design, 2, quality of products that have been used, and 3, theft. You go to places where, let's say on a highway, for instance, you realize that some of the street lights have been designed such that they have their own substation. which powers a long stretch of street lights. Now, sometimes you go around and you find that some unscrupulous persons have tampered with some of the components of the street light. There are instances where even the transformer that is supposed to power a particular street light have been removed. And so it's a very big challenge. So I know there was a design change in terms of how to deter people from stealing some of the cables. We moved from copper to aluminum. And some people don't even know it's aluminum until they cut it. So they cut it only to realize that it's aluminum, it's not too profitable, and they leave it and go away. We have instances where people will bring down the transformer, remove the coil inside the transformer, and go and sell it as scraps. So the challenge is huge when it comes to our street light. And I think that we need to sit around the table and really find a solution, both design solution, both project implementation solution, and find a way to address the theft. Now, another issue is that I know we have a street lighting framework that was developed by the Energy Commission. Now, one of the challenges with maintenance of street lighting has been the implementation of that framework. Certain institutions are supposed to be responsible for certain types of street lighting. Now, that clear-cut policy is not there. So there's some sort of power play among who owns the street lighting on the highway and who owns the street lighting in our community and all that. So I think that the Energy Commission would have to look at it and see and make sure that people who are responsible for certain street lighting are really responsible, so that we can have our communities lit. Now on the solar one, just your comment is correct. It has to do with quality. Now we are in a country where people find their way going about things. Now a project is awarded based on a certain specification. People are able to use other specification aside what has been designed, and then we close our eyes and we allow it to pass, which is very bad. So we have to make sure that enforcement of standards or specifications are adhered to. That is the only time we can get good functioning, whether solar street lighting or grid powered street lighting. Yeah.
Thank you. Engineer Abba, we'll come to incentives now. One of the incentives that, a lot of people, when they hear the 24-hour economy, sparing industrial growth and demand for our power is time use tariffs, time of use tariff, right? But people don't understand how practical that is. So as a system planner, for the sake of all of us that are here, this is the first time that we are having 24-hour economy conversation within the power sector. If you can, explain to us practically how that can be used as an incentive to drive industrial growth.
Okay, thank you very much. As for time of use, you may not understand it till you start paying. So basically, what's time of use? Where the regulator is going to say that electricity is priced depending on the time you use it. So specifically, we are saying that at peak time, you want to make sure, the regulator wants to plan the system in such a way that we shave off the peak. Because the peak means that you need an expensive generator to be added up to meet that demand. What about if I can make that generator rest? Then you make electricity cheaper. So what is done elsewhere is that, so for instance in Ghana, our peak demand is normally from 6:30 to say maybe 10:30. Historically, we just run almost horizontally, then around 6 o'clock you see the demand just peaking, and then after 10:30 it drops. In other countries, in industrialized countries, you have the peaks during the day because they are using the electricity to work. We are chilling more with the electricity. So as we close from work, you go, you switch on air conditioner, watching TV. Even we are in a country where a football match can determine your peak load. It happens. According to our history, the only day that we had a peak during the afternoon was when, unfortunately, we were during the funeral of our late president, Atta Mills. because everybody went back home and was watching the TV. That's when we had the peak. In Accra, sometimes you have the peak in Accra, especially at the Achimota substation, because of industries, and you might have the peak during the day. But generally, our peak is in the evening. So the attempt is, why don't we price electricity differently? He mentioned about e-vehicles. For me, that is very scary, because what is going to happen is that you are going to have a very high peak. The difference between your peak and your off-peak is now going to widen. It means that you need more power plants to make sure that they meet your peak demand, and during off-peak you make them idle. That has its own economic cost. We've been talking about this whole time of use tariffing, I think since I started working 20-something years ago, and we've not implemented it. And I think it's high time we sat around the table, because we mentioned, I think you a while mentioned about efficiencies. This all results in efficiencies. Let us sit around the table. We don't need to be adding 400 and later 500 megawatts every year. Is there a way as Ghanaians we can use electricity more efficiently? And I think this is one of the ways, and we need to sit around the table and talk about it. How do we implement it? Fortunately, we have smart metering now. ECG, we are changing a lot of meters. Yes, thank you. Now I pay higher bills because of that.
And people are complaining. They say it's drinking it like water.
No, there's nothing wrong. It's the same energy. The old ones were not using the proper tariffs. It's the new ones which are. So I understand it, though it hurts. So this is the way we go with smart metering. It is now easier to implement time of use, and we need to get around and do it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we wrap up and I take 2 or 3 questions, our generators, what needs to change around our regulatory environment to encourage you to begin planning investments to meet the demand that we have? What needs to change? So we'll start from use this one.
I think that as generators, we need only 2 things. The first thing is a tariff that adequately covers our costs, and 2, the assurance that when we generate, we get paid. Once we get those 2, we don't need any extra incentive, because the incentive is embedded in those 2 already. Because if you getting paid, means getting paid to recover both your variable and capital costs, and that capital cost, has the cost of capital embedded in it, and that's all the incentive you need to be able to bring new capacity online. Once we have those 2, I think we are good to go. The challenges we face with is usually the second part, where the assurance of payment becomes a problem, and there's a rack-up of indebtedness to the sector, and that becomes a deterrent to investment. So for us, that is that's all that it takes. It's not too difficult, but that means that its implications, because there are a lot of other things that the time of use and other issues are more. I see them more as policy, because for me as a generator, it doesn't care when I operate. Whether I operate in the morning or in the evening, my cost is the same. Now, so there's a difference between the cost of a plant and the cost of a system. The system is a combination of all the plants and all the other conditions, demand and supply conditions. That is different from the situation of a single power plant. So for us on the power plant side, all we need is that whatever framework is put in place, time of use, whatever, we get paid when we generate our power at a price that makes us whole. So that way it's.
I will say assurance that the revenue collected will be fairly paid to us. Yes, I saw a news that ECG has increased its revenue collection to about 1.5 billion. But the question I asked myself, where did those revenue go? As we speak today, our outstanding keeps piling up. ECG, or the cash waterfall, is barely paying only 30% of our invoices. And our outstanding bills keep increasing. What actually is happening? So the discipline in allocating the revenue that is collected is very key to me. Then one important one is the cost reflective tariff he mentioned. To me, I don't see it necessarily as increasing tariff, but a discipline in cost management that can help ECG recover all its costs. If we want to continue increasing costs, where will it take us to? So the discipline in the cost management is very key to me. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll, okay, a comment here, and then we'll take 2 questions.
Just a minute to add a bit. You see that all the generators are talking of money. How do I get money? As if me, I need money. But the fact is, any investor that you are bringing in, and we've got to a point that, look, we need private sector investment. But the private sector is asking, how do I get my money back? Currently, with my prepaid meter, ECG is not worried about me, because if I don't pay, I don't get it. So when you go to the yam market or the tomato market, you are going with pocket money in your pocket to pay for it. When the investor is coming into Ghana, what is he calculating? He is calculating the risks. Now what he sees is that, oh, Asogli, Car Power, when they are not being paid, they are falling on GOG, and GOG is not able to pay. That's a risk that I have to keep pancaking. So in the end, we pay like 3 times capacity than what somebody will pay in the Western world. This is something we need to reverse. How do we bring in the platform to make the investor confident that the money is embedded in the system, that when I come, the system is going to pay me, not the government of Ghana or a government agency. This is something that we want to work out for Ghana. Thank you.
Awa wanted to.
So on ECG cost management, some of us who are really on the ground, we can tell you that the losses, some of the losses are avoidable. They are avoidable to the extent that if you go around, you find some of our transformers are heavily overloaded. And then when you do your investigation, you find that there are premises who do not have business being on the local distribution network, but unfortunately they found themselves connected. And when it happens, it puts unnecessary burden on the substations, which generate a lot of losses, which, because they are not metered, I mean, the ECG is forced to pay. There are clients, you go to their premises and you find that they have as high as about 100 kVA size transformer, a generator. You check, you may do your checks and you find that such a client is connected to a nearby substation which is also rated at 100 kVA. And that's unacceptable. And this is prevalent if you go to areas like Cantonment, like East Legon, like Jolu, and all that. So for some of us, we think that some of these things are avoidable. On the tariff, we think that if our systems are properly improved, you will agree with me that our systems have not seen any major improvement in the past few years. So if we improve our systems with the injection of new transformers at relevant places, it would help people receive good power quality and will go a long way to reduce the energy consumption. Poor power quality will make you pay. There are people who are paying too much, not because the meters are running, but because they don't receive good power quality, and that is affecting their energy consumption, and they are paying more. So if we improve our systems and we come up with deliberate policy, and ECG refuses to connect clients with certain minimum load capacity, force them to have their own substation. And you can only do that when you create incentives. To acquire your own private substation is quite expensive. So we think that just as it was done for the 1D, 1F, government was providing some incentive for businesses to have their own substation who are on the 1D, 1F. So as a country, if we really want to industrialize, I think that we have to look at the situation where we provide some incentives for businesses who want to have their own substations so that they acquire it at a very flexible payment. And that will go a long way to relieve or reduce the stresses that we have on our distribution network. Yeah.
Great. The conversation is getting interesting. I have a question for you. I was coming to you.
Okay.
That are you prepared to hit the treadmill and shed off the cost weight so that you can save all of us?
Okay. So I'll come to that. let me address they've raised very important issues. And I always say that everything boils down to policy. Now what I talked about, it's how do we treat our spatial planning? how do we treat our spatial planning? You find a residential, purely residential zone. Overnight, somebody sets up high capacity laundry in that area. He switches on his dryers and machines, and the voltages dip suddenly. Okay. Now, shouldn't we, as a policy, have an industrial enclave where, if you want to set up a high capacity laundry, for instance, you go there. Welding, you go there. In the communities, if you set up these industries, they impact on the quality of the supply. And the worst part is that these things happen overnight. He fabricates everything in his garage. The next day, he connects. It's as if you are then always chasing these type of customers to upgrade. But what if we turn the situation around? What if the policy says that you cannot set up such a laundry in your garage and then wake up one morning and come to ECG for connection? Do we have the power to say we will not connect this industry based on this location? We are not mandated to do that. That is left to the district assemblies. Okay, so let policy work. Once policy works, we get policy right, as I keep saying, all other things will follow suit. Now, the other question was whether we are prepared to shed off, how did you describe it?
Hit the treadmill and shed off the cost weight.
And shed off the cost weight, yes. We've started doing that long ago, shedding off the cost. In fact, if you look at our operations of late, even doing loss reduction projects, we've in the past where we're importing meters from, somebody mentioned the three giants, Turkey, India, and China, that these are the countries determining our GDP. We have gone a step further to say that, yes, we need meters, but don't bring everything in a completely finished state and bring it here for installation. So we are encouraging more of these meter suppliers who we are working with the loss reduction program to do some part of the fabrication here. You can bring knockdown components as a start, put it together. At least you can employ 1 or 2 graduates, and that's the first step. It makes the cost of the meters cheaper. We can also get some credits because the person is operating in my backyard. I owe him. I go in, I take the meter, install. He knows I'm here. We also know he's operating here, and then we can cut down on the cost of providing the meters that our customers so demand. Compare that to importing with its all attendant problems of containers and all that. So we've started this cost cutting initiative.
All right, thank you. So 2 questions. A hand here, and then you in the mask.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much. My name is Cleland. I want to ask a question. I've listened to a lot of the suggestions and also the things that have been discussed back and forth. In West Africa, Ghana is the second most populous country in West Africa, outside Nigeria. And if you look at the presentation that was done earlier, as at now, we are around about 5.5 gigawatts. That's the power that we have, if I'm correct. We are talking about the 24-hour economy, expanding capacity, and so on and so forth. Now, across the Western world, the number one power that generation is actually nuclear energy. My question to you is, why is it that I don't see a lot of discussion with regards to nuclear energy, how we can harness that? Is it possible? I don't know. I know that a lot of the discussion has been centered around solar energy, and then the gas, powering a lot of our systems that we have, and then hydro energy. So that is my question. Is there a deliberate attempt to just forgo nuclear energy? And if that is the case, then why? Thank you.
Okay, I'm Augustine. So I will say something pertaining to the question he asked, and then I'll go ahead and ask my question. So pertaining to what he asked, Engineer Wisdom just made us. Okay, so my question has to do with the tariff. Now we know that we have as the engineer said, that the time of use of tariff, about 20 years now, it hasn't been implemented. I know that we currently have a uniform tariff system. So no matter the location in Ghana, you are paying the same. But we also know that the sources from which NEDCO and ECG take their power is different. NEDCO takes directly from VRA because it's a subsidiary. And then ECG takes from both the IPPs and VRA. So is this uniform price and tariff very realistic as the situation now? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Emmanuel Japon, Solar Taxi. During the presentation, I had one of the presenters said that the electricity, the tariff that we pay for the street lights, it cannot be able to fix. I don't know whether it cannot be able to procure the light. So what is it used for? One, and then also I'm coming from the electric car area. So my question is, if a client purchases or I install 22 kilowatts charger to a client, what is the effect? And supposing that we are trying to also, if you look at the energy transition plan, as Doctor was talking about, we are looking at doing a lot. If you look at the amount that is needed, it's close to about $64 billion for us to be able to achieve that. But he also said that even in that, there were not what you call other energy mix that was added to it. So at this point, I want to know the 24-hour economy. What is the investment need so that for us, that we are into the space, we can be able to plan for that? Thank you.
So I think the street lights question will go to Mr. Pepena.
So I'm not Pepena. Mr. Pepena is my boss. Sorry. I'm just sitting in for him. My name is Kwadrobin. Okay. So what I mentioned was that, yes, there is a levy that you see on your bill. It's supposed to take care of street lighting and then the energy that it uses. What the point I was making was that it's so insignificant that it is unable to even pay fully for all the energy that the street lights use. Okay. For a long time, it stayed, it was 0.0, it was insignificant, minute portion of your bill. And then it was increased. But it is still not adequate. Now, the street light itself has two components. There is the provision of the street light itself, and then the energy that the street light consume. And then there's even maintenance. Having provided the street light itself, it has to be maintained. Mention was made of the cables and transformers being vandalized. These will have to be replaced, okay? And this cost money, it has to be paid for. And so what you see on your bill is to do these three things. Has that answered your question? Okay.
Okay, so the nuclear bit.
Okay, as far as nuclear is concerned, Ghana is making efforts to develop a nuclear power plant. As a matter of fact, VRA and there's an agency called Nuclear Power Ghana, which is funded by both VRA and Bui Power Authority. They have the office in the Bui Power building, and they've made a lot of progress on the path to developing nuclear. You know, nuclear is unique in many sense. So the path to developing it, especially for a country like ours that has not done it before, is long. There are so many benchmarks that we have to meet. So they are going through that development process. For now, I know that they've selected, if you've listened to or read in the news, they've shortlisted 2 countries, technologies from 2 countries, China and USA, if I'm not mistaken, and they've also finished with the site selection. And so they are going through their phases. So they have a timeline for the coming online of the first nuclear plant. The nuclear process is long, unlike solar where you can just acquire land and build, or even thermal acquire land and build. Nuclear has to be certified at various levels, international and local, and requirements are very stringent. I mean, as you know, because of the safety and other concerns. And so it's just the process that takes that long. I don't think it's a decision whether or not to go with nuclear, but rather just that the nuclear process is long, and therefore at some point to materialize. But the development cycle takes longer than the traditional sources of energy.
Okay, and then can you take the tariff question? Whether uniform tariff is realistic?
Was that a question? Whether uniform tariff is? Oh, okay. Unfortunately, PURC is not here, but I know in considering the tariff, somewhere there is some differentiation between ECG and even NETCO. Okay, so it is not 100% uniform. Now, when it comes to issue about something like transmission tariff, somebody will say NETCO is up there, ECG is here, so the tariffs are different. Just like we do for something like cement, it's priced uniformly. So there is some cross-subsidization that is done for us to have that uniform tariff so that you don't overburden certain communities just because they are located maybe a distant away from a power generation. No, we don't do that. We want to ensure uniformity. So somebody pays for somebody else in order to make sure that everything is uniform. Thank you.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. The EV question.
About a 22 kilowatt installation, I think he mentioned a similar thing like before you know somebody has installed a laundry. Okay, what planning went into it? And what we are saying from here that there has to be a clear policy guidelines. Because in my area, I have a 100 kVA transformer. If you alone, you are taking 22 out of it, what will the rest do? So it has to be clear how to make these things, all these things, more efficient. If you want to do business, you have the right to do business, but go through the process. Otherwise, you will surprise the system, and you yourself, you will not get enough voltage to do your business. Things have to be done well. And I think for this, we'll appeal to our regulators to make sure that all these things are sorted out well. Yeah,
I think your investment question, the guys are sitting here. The 24-hour economy, they are sitting here. So you can meet them and then discuss. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay.
See, we are all Ghanaians here, and it's always good to give information so that we are all abreast. And to add to my good friend's answer on nuclear, I sit on the nuclear board because of AGI. nuclear are working with the AGI because of business, as we're talking here, industry. And what has happened is that the Americans have brought in a particular type of nuclear plant called SNRs, small nuclear reactors. So what government is thinking about is, instead of having this big one that we always have, we would have the small nuclear reactors, which is easy to change, which is easy to install, and it makes it easier. They have also set up the simulator at the nuclear place in Kwabenya, and they are going to give us some degree of money to help start training Ghanaian engineers when nuclear is concerned. Yes, he was right. It's a long process. Yes, he was right. It's got international supervision. So it will take time. But the time frame, so far as I know, is 2030. If we're supposed to use the SNRs, then they're looking for us, if possible, to do 2030. That is if it's possible. So that is what I can add to the question on nuclear. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please, let's clap for our panel.
Thank you very much, Kwejo Yao, Chair, for the panel discussion. Hello? Thank you very much, Yao Chair, you and your guests, for the panel discussion. We're taking a lunch break now. We're going for break for 15 minutes. Then we return to another panel discussion on petroleum sector downstream, mainstream, and upstream. So break for 15 minutes. Then we are back for yet another discussion. Thank you very much. Hello? Panel member, please stick around for a group picture. The panel members for the first panel discussion, please stick around for a group picture. And lunch is ready, that's to my understanding. We'll grab lunch, then we'll come back for a panel discussion. Right. And please don't be in a hurry to just leave or grab lunch. This is also a very fine opportunity for you to network and get to know people a lot more. Thank you very much. Our second panel discussion begins at exactly 1:15. Hello. Well, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have to reconvene for the second session. We have less than 4 minutes to resume our seat as we begin for the second session, please. We have less than 4 minutes to reconvene. Ladies and gentlemen, we have less than 4 minutes to reconvene for the second panel discussion. Sorry. Less than 3 minutes to reconvene. Why? Oh, it's going so well. All right, we have less than 2 minutes. I'll begin the countdown very soon for us to launch into the second panel discussion. Ashes, can you please help us to reconvene for the second session, please? $50, $49, $48, $47, $46, $45, $45, $44, $43, $42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. Nine, 8. We're counting down to reconvening. We need to, by now, finish with whatever it is we're doing. Let's get here and get it out of the way. Shall we have the moderator for the second session make his way to the podium while you get ready to introduce your panelists for the second discussion, which will be based on petroleum sector downstream, midstream, and upstream. If the moderator for the second panel discussion is around, please, you should be making your way forward to the podium at this moment and getting ready to host our next set of panelists for the second discussion. Why is everyone? if you're not done eating, you can bring in your snack while we go for the second session. It's allowed. Please, we're waiting to get started. If we're not done eating, we can bring in the food as we begin the second session, please. Esquire. It's yeah. Yeah, but it's excuse me, can we move in for the second session, please?
All right, can you hear me now? I think my voice was better without the mic. This one sounds like a lady's voice. Yeah? You agree? Thank you. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you, ma. If you say so, I'll agree. Anybody else? I'll hesitate. Good. So yes, you can pass them a mic. All right. No, I'm standing. I'm a soldier, so I'm standing. All right. So the topic is 24-hour economy. Can Ghana's current energy situation support this 24-hour economy policy? The answer is no. We are done. The answer is no. Unless these three gentlemen tell me otherwise. And that's why we are here. So let them tell us how the existing infrastructure can support the 24-hour economy. So you can quote me that Dr. Rivers Nopon says it can't support the 24-hour economy. And they should tell us what policies and what measures they have in place to make it work. Let me also issue a disclaimer. Mr. Stephen Jomo was my former boss at Ghana Gas. I worked directly under him as the head of ERP. But today, I'm not going to joke with him. It's not a payback. He did very well with me. So if you see me hard on him, it's not because I'm paying anybody back. I'm a hard guy in nature. I'll start with Tor. I was very happy when I saw on the news last week that Tor has made an incremental revenue. That is going, in fact, I had somebody from BBC calling me and asking me if it is true. I said, I don't know. Tell us what has been done. No, I trust you. Don't get me wrong, Doc. I mean, you and we go way back. I know you can do it, but I want the people gathered here and the media people to pick it up. What have you done to warrant or to see this fortune of revenue made for Tor? And once again, congratulations on your appointment, and then also the milestone you are taking as Tor. So Tor, Ngui, we thank God you are making revenue. So tell us, what are you doing so far?
All right. Thank you very much, my good friend, Revison. It's always a pleasure to be around. First of all, I think I will thank Mike and his team, Ghana, Energy Africa, for this great event. I think these are some of the things that we need for industry players to come and sit around the table just to look at what is workable and what is not workable. I didn't know we were going to start on that trajectory. I thought we were going to come and talk about, anyhow, it's linked to that. So, Tor, as you know, is our premium refinery and it's our baby. It's a national asset that nobody wants to joke with. And so, what we have done differently, it's not out of blue, or it's not reinventing the wheel. When we came, we noticed that we need investment into the infrastructure right away. All right, just to bring it up to speed, to compete with international standards, or to be able to churn out products, that can match the kind of product that are imported. That's the core business. Aside that, I look at the assets and I told my guys that I have a simple strategy. And what is the strategy? I told them I want to sweat the assets, including the human beings. Meaning that I saw huge potential in what was there that I thought were sitting on gold. So we just look at the revenue streams. Yeah. And it was the terminal business that was feeding us, or that was keeping us afloat. Then we say that, okay, let's do something with the terminal business. We look at the cash points. At the loading gantry, we are doing $7 per metric ton. The storage, we are doing like $5 per metric ton. And then the pipeline, we call it, right away and add that one. That is what is currently holding Tor. Then I said, okay, you don't cut the hand that feeds you. And if you do the terminal business well, it means that even if the core business, which is what we need to do, or which is what we have to do, we're going to do it and do it perfectly. And even the core business, those who don't probably not getting the terminal business is just the storage and using of the infrastructure, like the tanks and then the pipelines and stuff like that. And to be on record, there's nobody who can compete with Tor in Ghana with respect to storage. We are closer to taking about 50% of the entire storage. The figure is around 44. Now, I have like 59 tanks. Just multiply, assuming I'm to go into storage alone, just only storage, 5 metric tons, and I have about 800,000 metric tons. That's on consecutive estimate. Multiply by 5 on monthly basis.
Doc, are all your tanks in good shape?
Yes, I'm coming to that. That's a good question. Yes. So on that score, and that's a good thing, and that's why where we come to the second phase. So if all the tanks were to be in good shape, like you mentioned, we'll be like rolling like $3 million US. Some people call me and ask, "Are you talking about dollars or cedis? Are you sure of what you're talking about?" And actually, we're talking about dollars, as a matter of fact. And even March 1 is even brighter than, but we'll leave it for the next day. So what we've done now, we're loading up to 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., we notice that we still have a lot of trucks. And I want to give credit to NPA. We said, okay, can we do a shift system where we can do 12 hours with a potential to gravitate? If you go to our page, you will see that from day one, we talked about trying to run shift system within the loading gantry. And if you do that, it's going to be magical. And this one we have done is only up to 10 p.m. that we load in. We did only up to 10 p.m. and that gave us that massive results. They say that opportunity comes, or success is when opportunity meets a prepared environment. I believe there was an opportunity, and the opportunity that we had a lot of orders. Fortunately, we were able to take advantage of that, and that generated that. So going forward, my good friend asked a very good question. Our infrastructure required a lot of retooling. But what this tells us is that we have a lot of potential. Even with what we have, we can't fold our arms and think that the structures are obsolete. And that's how come we took the strategy that we need to sweat the asset, even in their states, and we are able to do something great with respect to that. Only 40 number of the tanks are working. 20 of them are down on one way or the other. You can imagine, and yet we can still do this. Most of the pipelines in our pumps required also a bit of investment. In that state that we meet it, we are able to still do that. So I am just saying that the asset that we have in Tor, minus even the core business, the terminal base, there is a huge potential that we can do. But that is not to tell us that somebody said, okay, if you can make like that, then why the need for core business? I say even the core business will make better revenue when it comes on stream. Because that would have a huge cascading impact, which I'm sure we'll be discussing here. Where Tor used to contribute time past about 10% of, about 5 to 6% of Ghana's GDP, time past. Now we don't have any contribution again, Ghana's GDP. Yes, in a way, we are sinking, but of course, with the revitalizing of what the asset base is looking like. And then the fact that we have a huge potential in terms of investment portfolio. And we have a lot of people showing interest, actually, to invest in these portfolios. And so if you're able to do that, I believe it will even be a better story. Okay. So that is the answer to what something has been done and something different has been done, and it is yielding results. And we try to stay the course in doing that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'll come to your core business. Yeah, if you're clapping, please clap. I mean, you know, last year, around November, when I visited Tor, I was shocked to see the fact that staff would wait. They'll come to office at 8 o'clock. They wait till 12 o'clock before they start loading. They load only after lunch. And then after 5 o'clock, they say that their time is up. What are you doing between 8 and lunch time? So I'm happy we are running the shift kind of strategy. There is demand for infrastructure. And I believe you were a bit lucky that you had a full cargo of HGO in your tank, which demand was there. I'll go to Bost. We go to now on downstream before I come to midstream. Do you think that if Bost capacity is also enhanced, are you still going to be what do you call it, Seaboard and Comac, that you unilaterally increased your tariffs for the pipeline without informing them. So those who are using your asset are going to pay more than those who are using asset.
Yeah. Are you done? Yeah. Okay, so these are things that that has been put before us, and we are discussing it. In fact, the first person who visited me was my good friend Ufuri, and we discussed it extensively. We and our BDCs are partners. I mean, we are not enemies. And at the end of the day, I'm sure a lot of people were thinking that Sentio number one, is it a threat to all? BDCs, are they a threat to all? I believe that cumulatively or collectively, we can always work in synergy. For BDCs like this, there shouldn't be a competition with BDCs and TOR. I mean, we should complement each other. So with respect to those facility utilization, I don't think what the information I'm getting, it wasn't unilateral decision of a sort. But of course, a lot of discussions are underway, for sure. So that will be on middle ground. And I can tell you that I told you the first person who visited me was the BDC boss, Ofuri, and we discussed extensively on this. And I think we are on good footing going forward.
All right, thank you so much. Now I go to Boss. Boss, we are still talking about 24-hour economy.
Very well.
And I know the role of Boss when it comes to fuel, or let me say the energy security. One of the biggest mandate for Boss is to hold product for 3 weeks, minimum 2 weeks, every 3 weeks. When there's any unforeseen, I would say, danger, if there's any tsunami or any turmoil in the industry. Today, as we sit here, what are the plans? Because I know where we are now, so I won't go there. What are the plans for Boss to ensure that that mandate, which for me is key, is going to be addressed? Before we go into your role into bringing economic stability within 24 hours.
Very well. Thank you very much. Let me also add my voice by thanking the organizers of this beautiful program. I think we should do more of this, engage more, so that together we build a better industry. As far as Boss is concerned, our assets currently are not being fully utilized, just like the Toma Oil Refinery. But like I always say, Boss belongs to you, it belongs to I. And it belongs to all of us. It's a national asset, you understand me? So as much as possible, it needs regular maintenance, it needs regular investment. Thankfully, currently we're in the process of doing some upgrade processes. We are currently upgrading all our terminals, automating most of our processes, so that we meet the demands of the market. For Boss, we just pray. And let me come to what my senior brother mentioned, my senior brother from the Toma Oil Refinery. We will pray that in the short term, they can optimize their terminal business, so that when they come afloat, they focus on their refinery, because the terminal business is my business. We are ready and willing to collaborate, like I mentioned. And as far as the BDCs, the COMAC is concerned, I've always maintained also that we are partners. You know, we are partners. It's not a competition. At the end of the day, you can own a competitive asset. You can even own a private terminal. But don't forget that Boss is still yours. It's a national asset that has a specific mandate. As far as our strategic reserve is concerned, one mistake we make is that sometimes we expect to calculate this number of weeks based on what is in Boss tank, sometimes owned by Boss. But by way of strategy, in our trading program, we even hold stock for private people, some of these BDCs. All we need to do is to make sure that we have enough stock in tank. Whether we own it or not, sometimes doesn't matter. So Ghana is safe. Your energy security is safe. At least we proved it during COVID. We didn't need to panic when there was COVID. With continuous investment, with continuous engagement with stakeholders, I think we can do better. But don't worry. Don't let my good brother Riverson put you into panic mode. Investment is safe and Boss is safe. Thank you very much.
Am I panicking here? I'm telling you that as it stands today,
yes,
let there be any Ukraine-Russia-America war, and there's no product today.
Yeah.
The product in tanks we have, including the Thor that doctor has mentioned, will not last us for 1 week. You are telling me I should not put anybody.
Oh well, I beg to differ. I beg to
No
differ.
problem. You're not going to have
I beg to differ. Yeah.
So you tell me, what are your plans? Still, you're not answering my question.
Yes. So by way of plans, I've mentioned that we are currently undertaking a very, very aggressive upgrading process. We are in the next quarter making sure that all our tanks come upstream. Currently, we are running on about 65% capacity of our tankage ullage. The plan is that by the end of the next quarter, we bring all our tanks upstream so that we entreat on our big brother store to come down with their storage business. It is our business. Fantastic. Aside the upgrade process, we're optimizing almost all our assets. I mean, you heard in the news recently we engaged Sonabi from Burkina Faso on how to collaborate. It ties into the 24-hour strategy of the government. Because at the end of the day, there's a huge demand, like the moderator said, there's a huge demand for petroleum products. And the more we trade, the more we collaborate, the more we open up for investment, the more returns we give to the Ghanaian people who own all our assets. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Please, let's clap for him. He's one of the few guys I can really trouble in my life. But he knows that he's my brother, whether he likes it or not. I'll come back to you,
Sure.
Niboy, but let me go to Mr. Jomo. And I'll come back for you to tell me what challenges you have so far to meet that demand. Because I know that there are challenges. Because I want you to express it so that people will pick it up. Mr. Jomo, Happy New Year. It's so wonderful to have you here like this. And to see you again. There are a lot of issues when it comes to the midstream as well, but often than not, we think all is well. When it comes to infrastructure bottlenecks, policy administration, and also having the right gas commercial structures, I believe that if you bring GMPC right on this panel, I'll have to keep quiet. They will fight for me. They're going to fight Ghana Gas and each other for me. So, what are some of the issues? Mention it because it will be an attack. So I want you to tell me what are some of the bottlenecks that would not permit Ghana Gas today to contribute to 24-hour economy that His Excellency has announced we should expect. Then I'll come up with a follow-up question for you.
Okay, thank you, Doc. I think protocols have been established by thanking the organizers. So I equally do the same. Thank you for organizing or putting this forum together. Doc, as you said, today is your time to pay back, so I take it in good faith. I take it in good faith. Yeah, so, I mean, for every Ghana Gas, as you all know, is a midstream company. I think we play a very strategic role in the energy sector. We are not just interfacing with the power sector or providing for power generation, but we're also in the downstream. We're also engaging in LPG, and we are contributing to LPG production. About 30% of the LPG we use in Ghana comes from Ghana Gas. So what it means is that we're also contributing and helping to reduce the import of LPG into the country. So you find that where we sit is very strategic. In terms of issues and policy issues within the sector, I can say there are a lot of issues, but I don't think any of them can prevent us from contributing to the 24-hour economy. Like in the first section as we discussed, every year the power demand is going up. And if the power demand is going up, as a midstream company, fully responsible for about between 60 to 68%, because we've established here that almost about 60% of the power we use come from Tema. And if you come from Tema, that is our core business. We supply fuel for power generation. So we play a very significant role. For me, I can put all our activities or the function we play in two categories. The first have to do with power, fuel supply. Because normally when you look at Ghana Gas, we have the gas plant, we have this, but put them in the right category and you understand that we have fuel supply. Fuel supply is a commodity bit. In the commodity bit, we have a lot of stakeholders. We have GNPC as a stakeholder. We have Ghana Gas itself as a stakeholder. We have VRA as a stakeholder in importing gas from Nigeria. So when it comes to the commodity, you can see that it's not only Ghana Gas alone. All the volume of gas that we need to power our power plant come from different stakeholders. So we all contribute our bit. Then you have gas delivery, which is the facilities. So when the commodity is available, how do you ensure that the commodity are processed and then transported to the final delivery point for usage? And that's where you talk about infrastructure, how infrastructures have been set up, whether we need expansion or whether we need an upgrade in them, and what are the investment challenges that we have. I'm sure most of you that know here are probably aware that there are some projects that Ghana Gas over the period have indicated that we'll be embarking on. And however, those projects continuously sit on our book as undone. And some of the problem have been indicated in the previous lecture. Some of them are payment security issues. So typically, if you want to do a gas pipeline project, which is capital intensive, the question is that when the investors are coming, the question they ask is that if I invest this money into the sector, how do I get payback? Okay, and in the past, the only thing that we rely on is the cash waterfall mechanism. And we all know that even a cash waterfall is not backed by any legal instrument. So when you put this before investors, they see it like it's not secure, it's too risky for me to invest so huge amount of money into this sector. So we're having an issue with that. And then the second issue for me that I think is also another big issue is the way our tariff mechanism or tariff structure work. Normally in any gas plant or gas pipeline, people are looking for capacity. But if you look at Ghana, those of you who understand, our tariff is set on throughput. So the question is that if I'm an investor and I put on a pipeline, okay, maybe from Takoradi to Tama, probably cost me about $500 million. The question is that if the pipeline for a period is not used, as an investor, will I be able to recover my investment? So all these things put some risks on the part of investors. So that's why you see that even though we've been going around in cycles, we've not been able to properly bring this project on board.
You keep on mentioning infrastructure and you refer to pipeline. I also thought that Ghana Gas had indicated an interest in procuring and I would say constructing a GPP22. Where are you now, and do we still anticipate the construction of the GPP22 as a major infrastructure that will support the energy demand we have in Ghana?
Yes, thank you, Doc. So yes. Unfortunately, I was mentioning pipeline because I was just using as an example. But just for the sake of the participant, Ghana Gas, we have gathering pipelines, we have processing plants, and then we have a transmission lines. So the gathering pipelines are the pipelines that are connecting with the Jubilee field, and then they take gas from the Jubilee fields and bring it to the processing plant. So it's a pipeline between the processing plant and then the offshore facilities. And then we have the processing plant. The processing plant is the one that helps us to, let's say, like a toll, what tells us refined the products. So if we a gas plant, we condition it or we refine it, we take away the liquids. And like I said, we sell LPG as well. So once we take out the liquids, any impurities, then we transfer the gas to the transportation system into the markets. Yes, so coming back to the gas processing plant, yes, for the 24-hour economy, the gas processing plant is key. All right, currently, we are taking about average of about 100 million scf from the Jubilee field. Even though we have a plant capacity about 150, that is the design capacity. So if the design capacity is 150, what that means is that we may not necessarily take, we are not in the position to take 150. Probably we can take a little below that, 120, 135. We can take that and process that. And if you look at the demand as we go on, even without the 24-hour economy, we need a gas processing plant too. So yes, we started discussion way back. All right. Luckily for us, last year, we were able to enter into some commercial arrangement that will allow the concessionaire or the investor to go and look for money. We entered into those agreements last year. This year, we have a new regime. We are in discussions with the ministry and the policy makers to look at maybe other funding options that will be more optimal. Okay, so we are looking at other funding options that will be all optimal. And like you, if you are aware, the Ministry of Energy indicated, Ministry of Finance indicated in the budget that the GPP construction will be key. And it's a key, like I said, not because of the 24-hour economy. It's the key because we need that even to meet both our current energy need and then future. So we are working closely on that, and we hope that very soon we'll get financial close, and then the project will kickstart.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'm happy you mentioned that Ghana Gas contributes 30% of the LPG demand or supply today in Ghana. The demand for LPG just for 2024 increased by 7%. But the contribution of Ghana Gas LPG has been going down because demand is going up and the supply of LPG is coming down. And that has even resulted into the discussion we're having today with the MP and the boss about the zonalization. That is it time for Ghana Gas encatchment in the western region? Is it time to review it so that we don't give you so much acreage that you're not able to deliver today? One of the issues that I also realized, and I'm happy you mentioned that you also play a very significant role in the downstream, has to do with the fact that we have our LPG marketing guys. They'll go to Atuabo, and there'll be no information about shutdown, and now they'll be asked to come back to Tema to load. So if you want to have information between Ghana Gas and ourselves, who and how do we get it? So that we know that today Ghana Gas has shut down or there's no gas.
Okay, thank you, Doc. So I think that your first issue relates to our ability to maintain our LPG production within the threshold that we have indicated. Unfortunately, because we are dealing with an oil reservoir, that the composition of the raw gas that comes from upstream changes over a period of time. Sometimes even we ourselves, we are not in a position to predict exactly the raw gas we are getting, because the richer the gas, the more LPG you can extract. And sometimes because of our power need, sometimes we have an arrangement where Jubilee and 10 partners can give us both gas, raw gas that is coming from the Jubilee field, and then raw gas that is coming from the 10 field. Unfortunately, the product that is coming from the 10 field is absolutely dry. So anytime we are having this mixture, the production and the estimates, we have changes. And sometimes we do not have so much control over that. But I'm sure, usually, like you said, communication, how do we communicate? Our stakeholders are the LPG BDCs that takes the gas from us, and then the regulators as well. So for us, we give them, we go through a process where we call nominations and declarations. So any period that we are not doing production, we notify our off-takers, and then we notify the regulators as well.
For LPG, you have only one BDC that works with Ghana Gas.
Exactly.
But it's the OMCs that will go to that BDC, singular BDC, to pick it up.
Exactly.
So the communication go to the BDC, who in turn fail to also to tell the OMCs or the LPG MCs.
Unfortunately, I'm not in the position to know whether the BDC fails, but I think our direct interaction is with the BDC.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Now let me come back to you, Doc. Now to the main elephant in your yard, which is the refinery. I am praying so much that one day we'll see crude oil pass through that elephant again. Because like he wanted to say, there are so many benefits that the country will get from Tor when it's working. As you sit down, as you sit here, what commercial, I know you're a commercial person, what commercial strategy do you have in place today that will give someone like me hope, and also boost hope that one day we'll see Tor working again? For boss to live from you, or my members also come and live from you. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. The strategy is probably what is unfolding, but you'll see them. Usually, I'm always comfortable when you see the results. But I will tell you on authority that the core business is what we are targeting. We are not going to relent our effort to doing that. We are relentlessly pursuing to get the core business back. The timelines, in fact, you said when was the crude? Since 2021, crude oil passed through there. In fact, the CDU was down not because of anything. It was because of raw material, right? So CDU is almost near to go with little amount of, I remember I mentioned some $25 and $25 million, and they said I need $25 million for the entire refinery. So with little amount of like $25 million for the CDU, I can put it in the shape to take crude oil. That's number one. Number two, we have a lot of interest. Even we have one that is already signed on table that our bosses are reviewing. If it meets our conditions in the shortest possible time, we'll get the investor to come in. Undoubtedly, we need a partnership for two reasons: for capital injection and to help us beef up the efficiency. Now, for Tor relevance to the industry, I mean, everybody knows that. When Tor used to run efficiently, the impact on the GDP of Ghana in terms of, the exchange rate, we all know that how the exchange rate contributes to what the consumer pays at the pump. It is in the ambit of, or it is still within, the periphery or the perimeter of adding value to the raw material. And somebody mentioned that in Ghana, almost every other thing is premium. And I can tell you that I don't need the crude, 100% of crude from Jubilee Field to run the refinery. The refinery has run on crude that are of far lower quality than Jubilee Fields. So we're just going to get like 10% of Jubilee Field crude and then blend it with a crude that we can get like $30 to $50. And we are good to go. So the strategy is that
Are you thinking of going to GMPC again?
I was coming there. Okay. You're reading my mind. So, you see, maybe
because we built that model.
Yes.
2017.
Yes.
Let's assume that the 13.3% that goes to Jubilee, sorry, to go to the government of Ghana, should be refined in-house.
Yes. That's perfect. And sometimes you don't falter them because we have inherent inefficiencies that we are tackling head-on, undoubtedly. And that's one of our major focus, just to make sure that the inefficiencies inherent inside are curtailed. But we can't have holistic energy strategy or energy security when we don't link up your upstream and your downstream. You can't have advantage. And so that's how come in Ghana, when oil prices are dropping, you see that we are complaining. And when oil prices are rising, we complain at the same time. Then you ask, what is our strategy? Now, if we are in a better position to link up GMPC, which is our upstream player, GMPC is not going to give the crude oil to Tor just because it's government entity. We do that on business basis. And that has done before, and we are working towards that. If you're able to link up that, our energy security on the downstream and upstream is well secured, where we can get money and then we can return it back to GMPC. Let me end this way. Not only that, if you are able to also link the petroleum and the power sector with gas as conduit, it's going to be another energy security issue. And the beautiful thing about, my good friend will tell you, or those from GMPC will tell you that if you have a reservoir that is saturated and you maximize the lift of the gas, it increases oil production. That's it. So you will kill two birds with one stone. First, so I was very happy when I heard that we're going to have another gas train, because I've advocated for that long time, that we need that to increase our oil production. So if you link up the upstream and the downstream with GMPC, and Tor will be in a better position to refine GMPC crude, and our power sector can take gas from gas plant, I think holistically our energy security will be well shielded.
Doc, gas plant in the ABC, the question is when ABC? That's where the problem is. So when you also start producing or refining the crude oil, you also support the agenda of having secured, a minimum amount of reserve. That boss is also now telling us that they're not the only persons to keep it. We have heard them. So please come and support them. But for storage, I beg, boss will come and meet you later. I want to open the floor for 3 questions because of time. We are ending this in the next 5 minutes. So please, just 3 questions. Yes, I see one hand. One hand and one hand. No, you are part of the. No, you're not. I'm not asking to ask a question. So I have 1, 2. Any. Okay, 1, 2, and then 3. Fantastic. You are part of the event. You're not part of. You're not going to ask any question. Oh, Prof, you want to ask a question? Okay, then you go after the man. I'll break all protocols. Ladies first. Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. My name is Cleland. This question goes to Dr. Suleiman. Actually, any of you can answer as well. The discussions that we've had this afternoon so far, it looks as if there is an inherent challenge when it comes to financing. And what I want to ask is, because our brother from Bost mentioned also that his facilities are running at around 60% capacity, and they are in the process of getting them up and running at 100. Obviously, there are financial challenges over there. Same with Ghana Gas, and then I've also heard with TOR as well. So my question is, what are the, for lack of better words, open door policies to allow private sector investors without huge bureaucracies to be able to get to you guys, sit down and say, okay, these are your challenges. I have these partners here. This is what I can provide. And apart from that, what are the guarantees that if these investors, for example, let's just say I may know somebody, and I bring them over, they come on, they sit down, contracts are signed, and then after things get rolling, you realize that then it comes to payment schedule in the contracts, and then, we are waiting on Ministry of Finance. We are waiting on so and so. How are we going to be able to avoid that so that these private investors that are willing to help can freely have an open door policy and contribute to enhance the development of your sectors? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very, very intelligent and well thought question. I think I like it. And I'll top it up for you. What also happens to the money, the IGF that they themselves generate? What happens to it? So I'm adding that question to yours. They should answer it. Prof. So yours was to Doc, okay.
Yeah, my question is to Doc as well. So you were talking about some investment that's almost ready to come in. So I was just wondering, in the current dispensation where we have IMF and under an IMF program, how is that going to happen?
Okay. Thank you. So this one I'm sure will not pass through IMF. Don't worry. Doc will answer it anyway. So go to the back there. Picking all the questions, go straight away. Please, no more question to Doc. I'm kidding anyway.
Good afternoon. My name is Nana Asari. My question is a bit similar, but different than my good friend Mr. Cleveland there. Mine is related to local content, and that is, I've seen or I've heard the importance, of course, of merging the 24-hour economy with some of the challenges that are currently present. But what I've not heard is the interplay between the local guys on the ground. How does the private sector here in Ghana, not from anywhere, not from abroad, As you can tell, I'm recently from the U.S. with this U.S. accent, but I'm more interested here in Ghana. How do the local or the private sector play a role in meeting some of your challenges? If you could please highlight. And that question is for any of the three panelists.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you are fighting for local content for those who are Ghanaians or people like you who are from America. Because you're not Ghanaian. You're Ghanaian. Ah, okay. Okay. Because when I heard you speak, I was wondering who is speaking through you. So
All
you're
right.
Ghanaian.
Thank you very much. Let me attempt the first question first on private sector participation, and I'll link it to the second one. You know, there's no free lunch anywhere. Whilst keeping that in mind, know also that the namna eyinam. You understand it? So the private sector is at all times invited. For where I sit, I do a lot of things with the private sector. In fact, my budget today cannot support all my items. As much as possible, we open up to private sector for products and how do you call it? Imports. For import of products, it's basically done by private players. You understand it? What I will not assure you is that you don't expect everything to be rosy like it is in America. You understand it? The cost of credit in our part of the world is high. All of us sitting here, we borrow from the open market just like everybody else. You understand me? So sometimes when people are engaging us, they expect things to be a little different because we are government. But the truth is that we face the same problems the private sector faces, from the banks, from our suppliers, from everybody. You understand me? But our doors are always open. Whatever skill set you have, whatever product you have, whatever services you render, just bring an introduction letter and let's have a conversation. We're in the process of laying pipes. We're in the process of expanding our tank farms. We're in the process of upgrading and installing some pumps. If you have the requisite skills, why not? Since you're not an American and you're a Ghanaian, I'll be comfortable dealing with you than dealing with some Obroni somewhere. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, you know, when I was making my presentation, I just said that, like you said, we have an open policy. We want private people to come and assist us because the cost of or the infrastructure that Ghana Gas we have to put in place, they are very high capital intensive. You are talking about something in the range of $500, $600 million. So it's not something that we can do on our own. But like I said, when the private people come, it's not free lunch. They want to know, how do you, when I make the investment, how do you pay me? And if you listen to my presentation, I said that some of the projects that we were working on, the only thing that we can put as a security was a cash waterfall mechanism. I'm sure you might have it, the cash water, which the investor thinks that will not be sufficient enough. Okay, so thank God now the current government is trying to look at a way to strengthen the cash waterfall. ECG was here trying to get ECG to collect more money, trying to get ECG to stick to the cash waterfall principle and instructions. We think that when this is done, probably we can be able to get more money flowing across the sector. And then even over the period, when people know that, I mean, the system is working as expected by everybody, when an investor comes, he gets a little confident that, in fact, when I invest that kind of huge money, I will be able to get my money back.
I think my colleagues, they've done justice to the questions, but I'll just add, you asked a question about assurances to investors of a sort. We just have to create the enabling environment. That's very key. If we create the enabling environment, the investors will come. And I'll give you an example. If you look at Ghana upstream, there's been an inertia over the period before this administration. You notice that for over a decade, those who were there were exiting, and those who were also there had issues altogether, and they were simple issues. So if you create that enabling environment, and one of the enabling environment is assurance. ENI and Talo, they are our main players within the upstream, and they both had peculiar issues. Talo with tax, ENI with unitization, and when this government came, you notice what happened? It was magical. When I say magical, it was a quick fix. You notice ENI guy, you notice GMPC guy visiting ENI,
the ENI guy visiting the president and the minister of energy, and that closed everything. You know, so that assurances are very key in every environment. Coming back to what Madam asked, Prof asked, yes, of course, IMF conditionalities does not mean that, we should not industrialize. And most of these concessions, I am sure the Minister of Energy and the Minister of Finance, they're on top of that. They know all the conditionalities, and they know where to tick, they know the I's and doors to cross. And that's actually why we are doing the due diligence. It's one of these things that probably why we're doing due diligence, just to make sure that we stay in touch, to let them know that Tor is key to our energy security. Somebody's coming to invest with his own capital, he's going to invest. Why should IMF conditionality push the person away? In fact, probably Tor may not be contributing anything. It's just concession, take it, operate it for 10 years, and give it back to me. Those arrangements, there can always be something around. So I can assure you that due diligence has been done, and I don't anticipate any bottleneck with respect to IMF conditionalities obstructing any potential investor coming to invest within the field. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, honorable panelists. Please, were they able to convince you that the downstream is also going to contribute to the 24-hour economy? If you believe it, say yes. See, only two people are convinced. If you don't believe them, then let's clap for them. So, thank you so much for doing justice to the topic. And downstream or petroleum sector will still contribute to the economy of this country.
Right. Thank you very much, Reverend Opom, for that moderation. Let's put our hands together for them one more time. We came here with a single aim of answering the question whether or not the current energy sector situation would be able to help the 24-hour economy thrive. Well, I hope that with the help of our guests and panelists, we are not done yet. We need to take the chairperson's remark before we close. We are not done yet, please. We just have 5 minutes to wrap up. If you can just bear with me. Yes, we will. And right when we are done, we'll take the group picture. No, we can take the closing remarks. Then we take that, please. All right. So we'll take a photo. All right, thank you very much indeed, our panelists. Okay. All right, thank you very much indeed, our panelists. We can now take the closing remark. It just dawned on me that during the panel discussion, we didn't have any woman, even though they were able to talk. I take consolation in the fact that the chairperson for this August occasion is a woman, and she'll be giving her closing remarks very soon. Please put your hands together as we welcome the Executive Secretary of the Energy Commission, who has been here from start to finish to give her closing remarks. Madam.
Thank you. I think you'll agree with me that today and the time we've been here has been well spent. For me, it's been an education about the 24-hour economy. I think we've had some very fruitful discussions. First of all, allow me to stand on all existing protocols. So I'd like to thank the panelists for making today's conversations both impactful and inspiring, because together they have explored the critical issues. I think it cuts across the entire energy sector. There's investment to be made. There are people who are interested in investing, but when they invest, they need to be able to recoup on their investment. So what do we do? How do we structure ourselves? How do we set up this sector so that we make sure that we can have reliability, sustainable energy, access, and to together reaffirm our commitment to building an energy sector that truly powers Ghana's transformation and economic growth. Our speaker from the 24-Hour Economy Secretariat, I think, shed quite a bit of light for all of us on what the 24-hour economy is seeking to achieve. So for the media professionals who are here today, I believe that you have been informed. We would like to encourage you to go out and to continue your reportage. Make sure that your reporting not only informs the public, but again, that it drives accountability, helps to shape policy, and attracts investment. So to the sector leaders and my colleagues, the expectations are clear. Ghanaians are counting on us to move from dialogue to delivery. Together, let's turn today's insights into real progress, stronger policies, better services, and accountability to them. So I'd like to say that this is not just the close of an event. It is a call to action. So let's move together. Let's move forward together with clarity, collaboration, and the determination to light up Ghana's path to a resilient, inclusive, and a vibrant 24-hour economy. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you very much, Madam. All right, so just leaves us with 1 minute for us to say well done to everyone here for being a part of this lecture. It's been very fulfilling, and I'm sure for a lot of us over here, it's really been insightful. So this has been the 5th anniversary public lecture and, of course, panel discussion of Energy News Africa Limited. We were looking at how the current energy situation would be able to survive with the 24-hour economy. I'd also want to say a big thank you to Energas West African Limited, CEO David Papu Jr., who is currently in our midst. He's been here. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. We truly appreciate your presence. My name is Freight Delanyo Megashi. I'm a broadcast journalist. Thank you very much for your audience, and I wish you all the best. Cheers. We'll have a photograph, a good picture, before we can all say goodbye. Thank you very much for coming, and do have a good one.